Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's just past 11 o'clock on Monday the 27th, and it's time to open this inquiry session. Can I quickly check that you can all hear me? Okay. So this inquiry session, as you will all know, is in relation to the application by Dell Wind Farm Limited for consent under Section 36 of the Energy Act and a direction under the Town Country Planning Acts for the construction, operation of a 9-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure, approximately 7 kilometres to the south of where we are just now and 11 kilometres east of Fort Augustus, all within the Highland Council Planning Authority area. I'll refer to the proposal, and I'm sure you might as well, as Dell 2 wind farm during proceedings. As we move on, my name is Keith Bray. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I'm one of the 2 reporters appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this application and to report our findings to Scottish ministers. Mr. Bryan isn't able to be here today. He's the other reporter appointed. As you'll be aware, as a result of objections to the application from the Council and Nature Scottish ministers decided that an inquiry should be held for the proposal, and the main purpose of inquiry procedures, and indeed this session today, is to make sure that we as reporters understand the positions of the parties. Today and tomorrow it will be with regard to peatland impacts, and where we note disputes, we need to be clear on the reasons why there are disputes before coming to a point that we can make a recommendation to ministers. With that said, I think I'll turn to the parties to introduce themselves now, and if I can turn to the applicant first, Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, yes, good morning. My name is Marcus Trinick, King's Counsel, a solicitor. I'm instructed by Lizzie Tainch, who sits to my left, for Wright Johnson Mackenzie, and in this inquiry session I'll be calling in turn Dr. Massey and Dr. Mills. Also in attendance with us today in the room, Richard Wild, the project manager, and Mary MacDonald of Wright Johnson Mackenzie. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. And for Nature Scott.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Peter Ferguson. I'm a solicitor with Harper MacLeod. I'm instructed by Nature Scott. To my right is Karen Rentoul, who will be Nature Scott's sole witness. Next on my right is my colleague Anna Crisp, and finally on the right, Claire Davidson from Nature Scott. And on my left, to my immediate left, is Karen Reeds from Nature Scott.
Okay, thank you for that. I do know also that the council are present today, but only in an observing capacity. This inquiry session, as you'll have picked up, is being webcast live. That video will be retained on the DPA YouTube channel. By taking part today, you're all consenting to be filmed, and we'll use that footage and store it and any information contained in it for training purposes and for the purpose of keeping records and making those records available to the public. So just so you're all aware of that. 2 pre-inquiry meetings have held in advance of this session, leading up to this session, and for anyone interested, those meeting notes can be accessed through the DPA website. Arrangements have also been made by the applicant for a site visit on Wednesday, specifically with regard to peatland impact on the application site. The applicant, I think, circulated details of that site visit on the 22nd of July, and I thank the applicant for that. There's a provisional time of meeting at 9 o'clock, but parties are happy that we wait until tomorrow afternoon and just finalise arrangements based on weather and such like, unless anyone has got specific information on the site visit, I'm happy for it to be left until tomorrow.
There is just one point about numbers, because 3 Argo cats have been arranged. They sit 4 comfortably, 2 Argo cats, my apologies. They sit 4 comfortably, 5 pretty uncomfortably. So it'd be good to know the numbers.
I think we had provided the numbers. I think the numbers had been provided.
I should say reconfirm the
Or
numbers.
reconfirm.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if anyone additionally is keen to, is there more people than had planned? I know that the one person from the Community Council will be attending and one person from the Council from memory, but I think what the applicant is saying is that if there's any advance on the numbers, that's problematic.
I think we indicated 3.
So that makes 8 in total. That's fine.
So we're okay for numbers.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. And we'll revisit that tomorrow afternoon in terms, not the numbers, but the arrangements, the timing, and discuss the weather, I'm sure. The only thing I would say on that is that I will be leaving it to the applicant and Nature Scott to agree the route for the site visit. I think that it would be a matter for those parties to agree that. For the benefit of those watching the webcast today, the documents that we will be referring to, and there may be a number of them, they're all published, or mostly published, on the DPA website under case reference WIN-270-27, and you can access them on our website. There are a number of documents that we've not been able to load up to the system as of Friday in a way. And these are all in section 9 of the documents list, and I think they were 2, 3, 5, 7, 28, 29, 30 and 35. That may have been rectified. I think they were all Nature Scott documents, but there was a problem uploading those from the DPA onto our system. So if we have to refer to those today, the parties may have them, and I will take notes because I don't have access to them. And I think in respect of one of those documents, 935, I think there was a couple of blank pages in there that I think was brought to my attention. If we have to go to that document, then we can discuss that at that point. So that's some details about some documentation there. This inquiry session is today and tomorrow. We'll probably allow an hour for lunch, and at appropriate times we'll have short breaks. The parties are free to bring to my attention any appropriate breaks in proceedings if needs be. We're likely to start we will start at 9:30 tomorrow, but I can't say exactly when we'll finish this afternoon or this evening, or indeed tomorrow evening. But the aim is to complete the oral session, the inquiry session, by tomorrow evening. For those not familiar with the process in the room or watching the webcast, the normal sequence of events follows that the advocate or solicitor from either party introduces their witnesses. Those witnesses will have prepared documents in advance. They're called precognitions, backed up by inquiry reports. The witness gives their evidence in chief, you might hear that referred to, and then the witness is cross-examined by the opposing party. And today there is 2 opposing parties. I may ask some questions of witnesses. I may not. It depends on the level of questionings from others, and if there's any remaining questions that I have. The witnesses then asked some questions by their own advocate or solicitor. That might be referred to as re-examination at the end. And then beyond this particular session, parties will have the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing, and we can discuss the closing submission timescales and what that involves at the end of the inquiry session. This oral session is not the only oral session planned. There is a virtual hearing on planning conditions as part of the inquiry planned for the 20th of August. It's also important to note for those watching or in the room that in addition to evidence that we take today, there's a whole range of other matters, consultation responses, submissions and documentations that we'll be taking into account before completing our report and making a recommendation. The details of all the documents are on the website. Some housekeeping matters for today and tomorrow. Try to keep any electronic devices that make a noise quiet. I've undertaken this fire safety training in the property today. If there is a fire, then please use the door to my right, or if it's nearer, use the main door. The assembly point is the blue sign on the far side of the car park. There's no planned fire safety drills, so if we do have to evacuate, it will be for real. David, to my left, is a member of the DPA IT staff, and he's here today to ensure that the webcast runs smoothly, and he can help us address any technical issues that should arise, but I'm sure everything will go swimmingly. Parties should use their microphones if they're speaking. If you're not speaking, please turn it off by touching the button on the right hand side. Don't lift it by the stem. David gets really upset if you do that, so it might break the equipment. It's important to allow all the parties to allow the ability to follow the evidence, so we may have to pause or not move too quickly to enable everyone to follow that. And if I need to intervene or interrupt, then apparently I've got a buzzer on this new equipment, so I might have to buzz you. But please remember and switch off your lights if you're not speaking. I think we can only have 2 at any one time. So coming back, if you like, to these proceedings, you'll also be aware that there's an ongoing further written submissions exercise regarding some questions that the reporters have had on development plan policy matters, some of those concerning peatland matters. That's a separate exercise, and we'll let that conclude, and I think that is to conclude by the 14th of August, but those policy questions are separate to this inquiry. I would also propose that for this session the preconditions are taken as read. I wouldn't expect the witnesses to read out their preconditions in full, please. I would also ask that cross-examine focuses on those key matters that are in dispute. And if matters are not in dispute, then there may not be a need to question. If I believe we're straying into matters that we don't need to, or we're being repetitive, then again I might buzz in and ask us to move along. The statement of agreed matters in respect of peatland and habitat matters was submitted and agreed between the applicant, Nature Scott, and the council. I don't anticipate revisiting any of that as part of these proceedings. We'll just take that as it's presented. I've also noted that there has been advance notice being given by the parties in terms of the main documentation for witnesses, so that's been useful. I believe I have a copy of all that, so that's helpful. What that might mean is in between witnesses we may pause to take 5 or 10 minutes just to make sure everyone has uploaded the documents and such like. But please let me know if you do need a break to upload any documents onto any devices. In advance of the preconditions being concluded, there was agreement between the parties that clarification documents could be prepared. I think the applicant prepared 2 in Nature Scott prepared 1. For the avoidance of doubt, the reporters have accepted those as supplementary documents and they were submitted ahead of the preconditions. And so I thank both parties for your cooperation in preparing those, and we may refer to them as proceedings move on. If for any reason any opposing side does want to intervene, please you can do so by pressing the button, but try and do that by addressing me and not any party. So do that through me. Just for the record, the applicant has instructed a transcription service. That's preparing that based on the webcast only. There's no attendance at the inquiry, and it's solely for the use of the applicant. But I just thought I would mention that had been intimated to us. As far as I understand, I think Mr. Trinick noted that the applicant's evidence would be Dr. Massey first and Dr. Mills, and my plan would be to allow the applicant to go first. In terms of timing, Mr. Trinick, in terms of estimates of time, do you have just a general thoughts on estimates of time? And Mr. Ferguson, I'll probably ask you the same thing.
Yes, I think Dr. Massey in chief, roughly 50 minutes. Dr. Mills, much less, 15 minutes. Cross-examination of Ms. Rentoul, between 2 and 3 hours.
Thank you for that. Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, for evidence in chief for Ms. Rentoul, I would anticipate 20 minutes. And for cross-examination of Dr. Massey, 1.5 to 2 hours. And as I have already indicated to Mr. Trinick, I will only have a few questions. As things stand, I will only have a few questions for Dr. Mills.
Based on those timings, we may wish to aim to complete the evidence of the applicant today and return for the evidence of Nature Scott. But that is just an aim at the moment, but that may be a useful closing point at the end of today, but we'll just see how those timings go. Before we move to that giving of evidence, is there any preliminary matters or procedural matters that any of the parties would like to raise? Mr. Trinick.
Just one. Have you received the revised visualizations for viewpoints 12 and 21?
As far as I'm aware, we have, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No other points.
I think that's the visualizations without snow. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Mr. Ferguson, any points?
One minor clarification on documents. You referred to document 935 and with potential pages missing. It turns out it's an Excel document which has lost something in translation to PDF. I believe all the information is there, but it's not presented in the form we might anticipate. It's not a document I intend to refer to.
Thank you for that, that's helpful. If you wish, we could take a short break before moving into it, but if Mr. Trinick, I'll leave it with you if you're happy to carry on, then I'm content with that. Okay, Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, sir. I call Dr. Massey. Good morning, Dr. Massey.
Good morning.
We're taking your recognition as read. I've got 8 points I want to cover with you additionally. The first takes us to paragraph 19 of Ms. Rental's inquiry report, which is document 936. There, Ms. Rental says habitat classification is based on detailed knowledge of plant identification and ecology, floristics, and is known to be heavily reliant on the experience and judgment of the surveyor. Do you agree that habitat classification is heavily reliant on experience and judgment?
Yes, habitat survey work is reliant on field experience and judgment.
Well, tell us about your experience.
My field experience is extensive. I have undertaken standard habitat surveys during the field season every season for the last 16 years with Alba Ecology for a whole range of projects. I've also did survey work prior to starting with Alba Ecology. Where suitable, I also undertake habitat surveys in the winter months or relevant ecology surveys during the winter months as well.
And tell us about your habitat survey work for onshore wind farms.
I've completed habitat survey work for wind farms, about 30 wind farms, more than 30 wind farms. This includes the baseline phase 1 habitat and MVC survey work for wind farms such as Stronelegs, Salakey, Blairy, Bute, Benglass, lots of wind farms. I have also undertaken supporting habitat survey work for wind farms such as Cloish and Corrigarth 2. I do survey work for other things as well, also peatland restoration projects and native wood and planting schemes.
What value does your field experience have in making the judgments that you're required to make and which you've given this inquiry?
My experience supports my judgment. I know what really good bog looks like in a variety of settings. I've worked across Scotland, right up to Shetland, Unst, right across the Western Isles, like Lewis and Harris and Skye. I've worked down to the Central Belt, I've worked in Aberdeenshire, so across a good spectrum of Scotland. I recognise patterns that have modified the bog and influenced it, and that supports my judgment. But judgment should be backed up by both field data, like field notes, photographs, target notes, with reference to specific field guides, books, and peer-reviewed literature.
In her inquiry report at paragraph 20, Ms. Rental tells us about her assessment, the habitat assessment for phase 1 MBC, as well as completion of our guidance template, which is her Annex 5 to her evidence template, was carried out by navigating to the location of the relevant turbine base, assessing habitat at that point, as well as surrounding vegetation. This is so the assessment includes an accurate representation of the habitat and the location of that turbine base, hard standing and tracks. This is to ensure all of the habitat that will be affected by the development is accurately represented, identified, and impacts can be robustly assessed. Now, we know that Ms. Rental undertook a site visit, a walkover visit, in May 2024, over 1 day. In your view, would that enable her to provide an accurate representation of the habitats at the Dell site, including the required 250-metre buffer around proposed infrastructure?
No, in my opinion, a partial walkover on a single day isn't comparable to a full underlying baseline survey or a valid critique of all those areas. To do the baseline habitat survey would have taken about maybe 10 days, that sort of amount of time.
For a site of this size?
Yeah.
Which is 350 hectares, I think.
Yeah, the site is bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I think you went to the site only 2 days ago, Saturday.
I did, and actually you came with me.
So, yes, I remember. And do you recall on that site visit when we were up there that you undertook an exercise with Dr. Mills in terms of him walking 100 metres distance and then 250 metres distance from where you were standing? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
And could you tell from standing where you were, what the habitat was like where Dr. Mills was?
No, not clearly. Not in a suitable way to provide evidence for a detailed report. As an experienced habitat surveyor, I would broadly be able to determine the phase 1 habitat, and I'd likely to be able to build up information through a survey to be able to give a likely MVC community. But I would then ground truth the area. During an MVC survey, you don't walk every square metre, of course. But if you need to know details about a specific location, you have to go to it.
I think that's what you did. You did an independent review of the EIAR in your, what we call the VAR, your vegetation assessment. Mm-hmm. And that was ground truthing, was it? No,
it partly do that. I didn't really report on that. I was looking as I went, but I was reporting on the specific conditions of the site.
Okay. Now, to get one definition, or rather one requirement out of the way, we know that the advice of Nature Scott is that species and MVC surveys cover the proposed infrastructure area, obviously, but an area, I think, up to 250 metres from the proposed infrastructure.
Nature Scott guidance asked for a 250 metre buffer. SEPA's guidance also asked for a 250 metre buffer.
Yeah, where is that guidance? Is it the...
It's in Nature Scott's guidance is 4.36. That's the 2023 guidance from when I did the field.
Now I think 443 in
yes.
2026 guidance.
Yes.
Yeah. But that was the guidance at the time of the field work, was the 2023 guidance, yes. And did the EIAR follow the guidance in terms of the 250 metre buffer?
Yes, it did. It did the habitat survey to 250 metres around the infrastructure. That's reported in technical appendices, which is document 1.116, section 1.1 from the survey methods.
Now I want you to turn to the clarification figures, 731. And we can go to, well, let's go to figure 4, say, page 4. It's a pattern that repeats across the figures. I've just gone to one of them. We're looking at turbine 6. Are you there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are you there, sir? Yeah. Now, on the right-hand side, we see some habitat data, purple, some hatching, bare peat, and some MVC information as well, M17B, and so it goes. What's the source of that data?
That's the EIAR data.
EIAR. Now, in your view, noting you didn't carry out the EIAR yourself, but noting also the work you did later in the VAR, do these documents, in your view, give, for the purposes of the reporter's needs, an accurate representation of the habitats and their condition?
Yes, the two habitats, yes, the two documents do that. Two habitat surveyors would be unlikely to ever map in exactly the same way. But the EIAR gives a good baseline data, and the work I did in the VAR provides site-specific locational data for where the impacts would likely to be.
Thank you. We now go to Ms. Rental's report, paragraph 82, it's on page 22. Where she says that the document, I think she means your further environmental information, and probably the VAR, mentions use of the PCA, the Peatland Condition Assessment Support Tool, which was developed in 2017, has been superseded by the Peatland Condition Assessment, which is 931. These are a methodology for determining if any changes in management are required or if there is a potential for restoration. It is not a tool for understanding the value of a peatland, nor should it be used for development determination purposes. Can you explain to the reporter first what this peatland condition assessment document is and what the peatland condition support tool is or was?
Yes, the peatland condition assessment is a method of looking at peatland condition. It was published by Nature Scott in 2016. The support tool was published a year later in 2017. It was an online click tool.
It was a tool you could use online.
Yes.
Is that tool still available online?
No, the link to it has been taken down.
Is the peatland condition assessment, document 723 or 931, it's in twice, still current?
Yes.
And do you use the methods set out in that document?
Yes.
And how long have you used them for?
So I've used the peatland condition assessment method since 2016. I've been familiar with it since then for lots of projects. I took the information from the online tool, the support tool, and have used that.
So did you use the PCA support tool now, not online anymore, for the VAR?
Yeah, I used the information from it.
Did you solely use the support tool for the VAR?
No, I use other considerations as well, such as I referred to published information from Lindsay, which are documents 7.035 to 7.037,
Okay.
for example, and other ways as well.
Would you take us, please, now to document 723?
Yes.
And you're going to have to take us to the page. It's the page about blanket bog. Can you give us an electronic page number you want to go to?
Yeah, I can. Well, the first page is just talking about what peatlands are. Is everybody on that? So is that okay if I talk to it?
Please do.
Yeah. So the first page talks about peatland condition and what peatlands is. The second page has got indicators of peatland conditions such as sphagnum moss, bare peat, drains, and it gives you visuals for it. The third page gives you information about indicators of peatland conditions such as burning, grazing and trampling, drying of peat and surrounding peatland. And on page 4 is a description of near-natural conditions that Nature Scott published in this guidance. And it says there's very little pristine peatland left. So near-natural conditions is the most realistic definition. So they talk about some key features, such as it's sphagnum-dominated. Sphagnum is a type of moss, a group of mosses. It says that there's no known fires, either prescribed or wild, within living memory. It says evidence of grazing and trampling is rare or absent, and that there's little or no bare peat surfaces. It says that heather, which is Cluna vulgaris or heather, is not dominant. And it gives some visuals saying things
Okay.
like...
Yep.
Yep. If we go to the next page, it talks about modified bog. and indicates things like bare peat patches and...
I think we'll let the reporter read that bit for
Yeah,
himself.
is that
We'll just go on to the next page.
For example, the next page is about drains. It says the key feature for drains is that it's within 30 metres of either an artificial drain or a revegetated hag or gully system.
Yep.
And then it goes on to explanations of active eroding and talks about, the last page is about peatland ecosystem services.
Well, that's the peatland condition assessment. Fine. I want you to respond, therefore, having gone to it, to what Ms. Rentoul says about the use of this document in, we've already read it, paragraph 82 of her inquiry report. How do you respond to that?
Well, both Nature Scott's guidance and MPF4 require the consideration of peatland condition. That's one of the requirements. Do we need to go to that? That's policy 5DI and in page 4 of Nature Scott's guidance.
We don't need to go there.
Don't need to go there.
That's
Okay.
fine.
So in the absence of specific methods, so for example, Nature Scott's guidance asks for an MVC, says you need an MVC survey and an assessment of habitat condition. No survey methods are provided for habitat surveyors to complete an assessment of condition. And so because of that, surveyors have thought about ways of doing this to adequately cover that. Some people have, inevitably people have done different ways. So in the EIAR, particularly technical appendix 1.116 of document 1.116, the ecologists were clearly using the standard method of the phase 1 habitat surveys and the terminology there to describe the condition. I regularly use the peatland condition assessment method alongside things like the MVC and phase 1 habitats to support things.
Thank you. Would you say that your use of the now not available support tool in the VAR in any way invalidates any of the work which you undertook?
No.
Thank you. Next point takes us to paragraph 75 of Ms. Rentoul's report at page 21, so it goes over 2 pages, page 21. After the quotation, paragraph starts, which very clearly states, next sentence, it should be noted that active includes vegetation is normally peat forming. It does not state they are active peat forming, which is what the applicant suggests they have assessed, where it appears that only sphagnum has been included. For example, the applicant's assessment at turbine 1 states there is heather, deergrass, hairstail, cottongrass, common cottongrass, all of which are in the JNCC definition of active peatland. But in the assessment of evidence for active peat formation, they state that the area is unlikely to be normally active forming peat. Now, this is a very central point in this inquiry, the definition of active peat. And I think there's, appears to be, maybe words getting in the way, but there appears to be a disagreement between you and Ms. Rentoul regarding what active means in relation to blanket bog. Could you explain first of all, taken in small chunks, your understanding of what is active blanket bog?
Yes, this is clearly an area of disagreement. Blanket bog activity refers to peat forming capability, if a bog is able to actively sequester carbon or not.
Now, if we go to the 2026 guidance, this is document 443, and it's the internal page number is the same as the electronic page numbering, which is good. So we go to page 18. Annex 1, this is to the 2026 document. Are you there? Yeah.
Yes.
And that's instructions to developers should complete the assessment set out in this annex to determine whether seeking special advice is required. Here we are, Nature Scott framework and template. Now, I think to cut to the chase, this takes us to the template itself, doesn't it? At 2 pages on,
Yes.
which have you got, sir? Because in some cases you have to download that template.
I have it here, the spreadsheet.
You have it there?
Yeah.
Excellent. And that's the template which, in fact, Nature Scott used when determining whether development impacts are a matter of national interest and should go to the board to decide whether or not to make an objection. Now, is this approach in Annex 1 and the template derived from the approach used for triple SI selection?
Yes.
So, when filling that form out, what the assessor is effectively doing is asking whether the bog in question could be taken forward as a candidate for designation.
Yes.
Take us through that template very quickly. Well, I'll take you through it. We've got the enter the wind farm application name there, then there's peat depth, and then there are 3 criteria, aren't there? One is if it's raised bog, and we haven't got raised bog here, have we?
No.
Then there's montane bog, which is a term used by Nature Scott, and they say montane bog is present here. So you make an assessment there, but then, as indeed Ms. Rentoul does, you go on to look at criteria 3, a whole variety of things, and that's all about condition. Is that correct?
It's about qualities of the bog.
The quality of the bog. Okay.
Qualities, yeah, characteristics of the bog.
Right. And then the right column, is there a national interest involved here? And I see that that question is answered for each bit of infrastructure, and I assume an overall conclusion. Right.
Yes.
Now, if we go, sorry, so this is taking a bit of time, but it's important to get it right. If we go to document 766, and this is the JNCC guidelines for the selection of biological triple SIs. If we go to page 9, I think, of that document, and anyway, whether or not it's page 9, it's paragraph 3.5. Tell us what that says.
The general quality of a bog is assessed by the degree to which it has remained intact as a hydrological and vegetational system capable of active peat growth. Peat formation capability for both raised and blanket bog is defined by the hydrological and biotic features described in Annex 1, the definition of active, raised and blanket bog adopted by the European Union.
So that means active bog is capable of active peat growth.
Yes.
Right, if we go to page 35 of the document, right at the end, second last page, we have blanket bog. I think this, is this taken from the EU directive?
Yes, it's the Annex 1.
Annex 1 habitat, so it's repeated here. So all blanket bog, it means all blanket bog, but the asterisk means whether or not it's active.
Yes, this document describes blanket bog, which is an Annex 1 habitat, and says, brackets, when it's active, it's priority.
Yeah. So active means still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming, is that right?
Yes, that's the definition at the bottom of paragraph 2 of that.
Right. Now, as I said to you on site, This is all terribly interesting, and I read about MBC and I get lost and don't understand it. And the reporter may be an absolute expert on this, but I'm not. But he has to go on site and make a determination about the quality and condition of the bog. How is he going to make his mind up about that in everyday terms as opposed to MBC or species terms?
Well, if we want to look to see whether it's active bog or not, the reporter, he could first consider whether it's waterlogged. When you're in active bog, it's waterlogged and wet. Your feet sink into the ground. You need wellies. Ecologists often refer to it, or professionals often refer to it as welly boot bog. Is it the sort of bog where I'm going to need welly boots, or am I okay in my hiking boots? So you consider it in terms of the waterlogged conditions. Then secondly, you can think about it whether, if it's active bog, it would be colourful with a mixture of sphagnum species, a layer of sphagnum, lots of sphagnum species. And the plants growing through it would be kind of small, growing through the sphagnum. Thirdly, you probably, you wouldn't be seeing large areas. You might see a little bit occasional, but you wouldn't be seeing large areas of erosion features, hags, peat pans, and these things, the waterlogged conditions, the sort of colourfulness and squidginess of the ground, and the erosion features, that will help you to consider whether you might be an active bog or not.
And what do you say in the terms you've described that the reporter will find when he goes on his site visit?
He finds that the majority of the bog is in an eroded condition, and degraded and dried out. And there are areas, of course there's variation. There are areas of small patches maybe, but of wetter bog and flushes.
But in terms of the areas of proposed infrastructure, plus or minus however many metres you allow for indirect effective construction, will he find that this is a waterlogged bog with lots of colourful moss layer and an absence of peat pans, peat hags, bare peat? Or what will he find?
Well, the infrastructure has largely been directed towards areas of erosion.
All right. Now, it might be said that there are on-site indicators of near natural bog because of hummocks of sphagnum fuscum and Bechulanana, I think is it a birch?
It's birch, dwarf birch, yes.
Will you find these hummocks on site, and what do they mean in terms of your assessment of whether or not we have an active bog?
Yes, you will see some. You will see some sphagnum. You will see some sphagnum fuscum hummocks. You will see some Bechulanana, because we'll make sure we try and get to see some Bechulanana. You need to consider it in the ecological context. So the ecological context of what we've just discussed, really. And I did also discuss it in my inquiry report. Is it wet? Is it waterlogged? Is it in an area where there's lots of sphagnum? Or is it in the context of erosion and drying? There will be variation, but it's the wider context that I'd like you to consider.
I think you want to refer to Lindsay 736 in this context.
I do, yes. Do we need to go through it?
No, because I think you've extracted what you want
Yeah.
from page 1, last paragraph.
Last paragraph. It says.
So we can do it by reference, but read out that section, would
Okay.
you?
Thank you. Lindsay says in paragraph 1 of 7.036, degradation of blanket bog leads to dry conditions which favour non-wetland species such as heather. Lack of sphagnum as a carpeting competitor often encourages growth and alterations in cotton grasses, deergrass and purple moorgrass. These species typically change from open, single-stem growth within a vigorous sphagnum carpet to dense tussock growth forms in the absence of such a carpet. Just as an aside, Lindsay was important in writing some of the baseline information, the seminal information for the SSSI selection criteria.
Okay, change of topic. Paragraph 21 of Ms Rentoul's inquiry report, please. She says, my assessment of the impacts considers the value of the peatland, which is different to the condition of the peatland. Stop there, I think you agree that. Value is different from condition.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
A peatland can have high value but might not be in favourable condition, or could be in favourable condition but not high value. This is a question of terminology. You're going to come across, as we will come across in the evidence, the word importance. Do importance and value to you have the same meaning?
In the ECIA terms, yes, indeed in SIEM guidance, which is 4.40 document, page 42, paragraph 5.8.
I don't think you need to go
no,
there, sir.
It does say, it uses those terms with a slash in between, is it? Value slash importance.
The sixth point takes us to paragraph 67 of Nature Scott Inquiry Report. She refers to what happens every 6 years in terms of reporting on condition. It is therefore clear, fourth line, that it is not just blanket bog and near natural condition that is included in assessment of Annex 1 habitats. Therefore, the applicant's assessment of ecological value, justification for, in effect, downgrading the value to regional or local due to condition is not appropriate. The habitat should be classed international. Again, this is another point central to the difference between the evidence here. I'd like you to go first to the guidance published by the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, otherwise SIEM. So looking at document 440, which I believe is the current version, that is version 1.3 of September 24. And when you get there, would you go to electronic, probably also internal, page 13. 13. It's internal and electronic, so well. Are you there?
I am, yes.
Thank you. I think what we have here on pages 12 and 13 is a summary, well, it says so, summary of the ECIA process. And page 13 itself is a heading, impact assessment.
It's a summary of the ecological impact assessment process.
Yes.
Yes.
And the stages are listed in bullet points. And the first bullet point is the determination of the importance of ecological features affected through survey and or research and with reference to available contextual information.
Yes.
I'm taking you through these points. I'll come to my question in a moment. If we go to page 29 of the document, tell us what you want to draw to the reporter's attention here.
Yes, so this section is of SIEM guidance is describing how to consider the importance of ecological features. And in paragraph 4.3 in box 14, it talks about determining importance, and it goes through lists of things like designated sites and local sites and lists and things like that. And that's one aspect of considering importance evaluations.
It's introduced by paragraph 4.3. Go on to paragraph 4.7 if you would. Geographical context. So this is attribution of importance. It says importance there, maybe value, importance,
yes.
Whatever. how you place the importance of features into a geographical context.
Yes, a geographical context such as international, national, regional, etc. to local.
And that reflects back to box 4, determining the ecological importance.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got that. And paragraph 4.6, what does that tell us?
Paragraph 4.6 also gives us like characteristics and features of that needs to be considered in terms of importance, such as naturalness, whether something's rare or uncommon, things like that. It's a list of things to consider.
Okay, well, having looked at SIEM, now let's look at the EIAR. It's document 111, sir. Table 6.2. Headed Geographical Importance of Ecological Features. So is table 6.2 doing what SIEM tells you to do in terms of attributing importance to ecological features?
Yes, this is a standard table for considering.
So we have international. So if you're an SAC, Canada SAC Ramsar site, or if you have a site supporting more than 1% of EU population of species, how do you apply that international level to habitats as opposed to species?
Well, I've done lots of EIARs, and this table is standard. When I use that 1% for habitats as well, that 1% comes from the Ramsar Convention.
You'll see that in the left, well, we come on to national level, again, talking about habitats. We're not in a triple SI, we know that. And we can ignore the bit about species, but in the right column, a site supporting more than 1% of the UK population of species, how do you apply that to habitats?
Yes, the same. 1%. When I write ECIA chapters, I use the 1% figure.
Yes, but for blanket bog, is it 1% of the UK habitat
or
or
Scotland?
Scottish habitat? So that's 1% of the Scottish. And this is a 350 hectare site. What percentage would that be of blanket bog in Scotland?
So there's about 350 hectares of blanket bog recorded on the site, and that is 0.02%. It's the calculation is about 350 out of 1,759,000, so 1.8 million. About 0.02%.
0.02. And then we come down to what's called the council area level in the EIR. How do you read what council area means?
That would be regional, Highlands.
Regional, okay, fine. And on the right column again, we've got regional important population area, species or habitat listed in the SPL. We know that blanket bog is listed in the SPL. And regional scale important area, species or habitat. And how do you rate a regionally important area of habitat?
How do I rate it? Well, I follow these criteria and consider it would be a smaller amount than 1% though.
Yeah, but funny enough, it doesn't give a figure in that column, but if you go to local, it's again an area supporting 0.05 to 0.5%, 0.05 to 0.5% of species. Again, do you apply that to habitats in the same way?
Yes, you'd have applied to habitats.
Right. Now, when I read this table, I thought, well, why is as we shall see in a moment, the EIAR determined blanket bog to be of regional importance when actually the percentage you've given me, 0.02%, would take it down to the local level, naturally. So what's happened here to elevate it to regional level of importance?
Yes, you're quite right. But if we go to page 52, paragraph 6.4.8.
648, okay, on page, yep.
Yeah, I'm just getting
52.
to it. There we go. In this, it says, I'm reading from the bottom here, despite evidence of severe erosion and degradation, including significant areas of bare peats and peat depth extents and poor quality of other degradation within the wider study area, indicates that this habitat has the potential for measures to facilitate reversal of the erosion process to active bog, as well as recognise the significant carbon store potential. It's therefore considered to be of regional value.
Okay, we see how that's done. Now if we look at what comes out of the tap at the end of it and go to page 34 of this document. Is it 35 or 6? Have we got it? Anyway, table 610 is what I want to get to.
I think it starts on page 34 of the document.
Oh, it does. Oh, good. And tell us what this does.
This table lists the Phase 1 habitats and MVC communities. It looks at the potential conservation status. It lists like Annex 1 habitats and Scottish biodiversity lists. It makes comments about each one and provides a geographical reference. So this is the habitat importance evaluation summary table.
Right, so we can see on page 34 itself, we've got some bare peat, local value,
Yeah.
or local importance, whatever. On the next page, we have blanket bog, and you can see the MVC communities M17 and M19 noted. And that's given the regional valuation you've just described.
Yes.
And then we've got some bog pools at local, and if the reporter wanted to read on to page 37, we come across a modified blanket bog with a local evaluation. Yep.
Yes.
So that's where all this ends up in table 610.
Yes.
And then going back to, come on to that later. Why do you think it is that Ms. Rental says it's international, and you say, well, no, actually, following SAIM, we end up with regional importance?
Yes, because she's wrongly equated simple listing of an Annex 1 of European directives as the importance evaluation rather than using ECIA guidelines.
Can I just play that back? So, through the SAIM guidance, following it, and I think you do adopt what the EIAR concludes there.
Sorry?
You adopt what the EIAR
Yes.
concludes. We reach an evaluation of regional importance or value. But you think that what Ms. Rental's done is to say, well, look, blanket bog is an Annex 1 habitat at a European level. Ergo, it's international importance.
Yes.
Right, that's the difference between you.
Yes.
Paragraph 67 of Ms. Rental's inquiry report says that about 3/4 of the way down and before the quotation, SAIM guidance on ecological impact assessment also makes the point that care should be used in determining importance of habitats based on their condition alone. And then there is the quotation from paragraph 417 of SAIM, which the reporter can read below that. If I lead you to one extent, I think you drew our attention to paragraph 648 of the EIAR.
Yes, that's precisely what that paragraph does.
That gives that consideration.
Mm-hmm. It should be remembered, though, that which was summarised in box 4 of SAIM guidance.
Well, let's go there, please.
That we went to earlier. Okay.
It's electronic page 13 again of SAIM, document 440. I'll wait till you're there. Yep, carry on.
If you go there, so box 4 gives us the summary of the process. It's just a summary of the ECIA process, and it talks about scoping at the start, and then on page 13 it does the impact assessment. And determining the importance is just the first part of impact assessment. You then have to do other things like assess impacts potentially affecting features, characterise those impacts in terms of extent, magnitude, duration, reversibility, timing and frequency, identify cumulative impacts and significant of effects of the impacts in the absence of mitigation. And it then goes through considerations of mitigation, alternatives, mitigations explained, opportunities for enhancement. It goes on to consider...
I think the
Yeah.
reporter can read the rest for himself,
Yeah.
but thank you for that. The final point 8 takes us to Ms Rentall's inquiry report, Annex 4, on page 32. I think it's 32.
Page 32, I think it is it?
Yes, it is, to page 32. Above the heading Priority Peatland. And this is in her discussion about Montane Bog. There's also reference to upland bogs. Uplands defined about 300 metres. And then in other situations, the term montane is commonly used and recognised. For example, montane willows, which is accepting without often referring to the definition of what is montane. I think you want to respond to that.
Yes, so montane refers to montane willow scrub. So montane willow scrub and montane grassland are distinct vegetation types that you don't find anywhere else. I'm actually currently working on a site near Crean Larrick, which is a site that goes up very high, up to over 1,000 metres, and you get habitats which are called in MVC communities U7, U10, CG11, CG12. These are distinct communities that you only find at these high elevations, with species like moss campion and things which you only find in these. The montane willow scrub, W20, is a distinct vegetation type. You only find these distinct vegetation types at the high elevation. So the montane willow it's referring to are things like downy willow, wattle-leaved willow, woolly willow, which are montane, higher up species. You don't find them elsewhere. That's different to bog, which you find at a variety of elevations.
Do you find definitions of subsets of bog in that sense? Is montane bog a recognised term?
It's not in the habitat surveys.
Okay.
Not in the MVC. The MVC books, for example, have montane communities which refer to this book, which refers to those like montane grasslands and heaths. But the blanket bogs are in part of the Mire books, which are
Okay.
yeah, too much detail.
Thank you very much, Dr. Massey. Would you stay there, please? There may be some questions for you.
Sure.
I wasn't timing you. But, I'll maybe ask Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Dring. I mean, it's maybe a bit early for lunch, but would this be appropriate, or would you like to press on with questions, Mr. Ferguson? Maybe take your view if you want to give the witness a break and then return back for lunch.
Yes, sir. I was going to suggest a 10-minute break just so that I can take instructions on some of the points discussed in evidence in chief and also to queue my documents. So it might actually be best to break for lunch at this point and we can kill two birds with the
I think so. Although we've not been going for long, I think it provides a natural break. I did say an hour, but let's say return at 1 o'clock. How does that sound? Okay. Thank you for that. Good afternoon then. Welcome back to the afternoon session, and I am going to hand over to Nature Scott, who will begin the cross-examination of the applicant's witness, Dr. Massey. Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Massey.
Good afternoon.
I would like to start by picking up 2 or 3 points raised by Mr. Trinick in his examination in chief. There was a discussion regarding Nature Scott's guidance document 443, in particular the use of the JNCC guidance for the SSI selection criteria.
Okay, yes.
And I think your evidence was that Nature Scott's approach is to, or should be, to only look at sites which meet all of the SSI notification criteria.
No, that's not what I said. No. Not all of the. It's just ticking the boxes of it, and they come up with their assessment at the end. It's unclear how they choose it, but yeah.
So would it be fair to say that Nature Scott used the JNCC criteria, which are used primarily for notification of SSIs? However, they use that criteria for a separate purpose here. And in effect, they look at condition and quality criteria as per the SSI selection criteria.
No, they refer in their guidance to the SSI selection criteria being their best evidence, and that's what they're using. And so so it's fair to look at the SSI selection criteria and consider what that means in relation to their tick box exercise.
But would you accept it's reasonable for Nature Scott to use that criteria not for the separate purpose of assessing developments on peatland, as opposed to using the criteria directly for justifying a notification?
Do you mean a notification of a designated site?
Yeah.
Can they? Are you asking? Sorry, I keep forgetting to switch the button. Are you asking me? Should they be allowed to use the SSI selection criteria for the purposes not of SSI selection?
I may have misunderstood your evidence. I understood your evidence this morning as being that a site could, for the purposes of applying Nature Scott's guidance, then a site would require to meet all of the criteria for notification of a SSI. If that's not your evidence, then we can move on.
No, I don't think. We may be having cross purposes, but I don't think. What I wasn't saying was that I was not saying that I expected a designation to come at the end of it or anything like that. I expected you to, that it's a list of things which they're looking to see, which have correspondence with the SSI selection criteria.
Okay, and okay. We will hear more from Ms. Rintoul on that during her evidence.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but if you could just remember after speaking, switch the microphone off, it will be of great assistance. Thanks.
The second point was the peatland condition assessment document, which is document 723. And Mr. Trinick asked you a few questions about that. Do you have that document in front of you?
I'll get it in front of me.
It's a relatively brief point, but under the heading peatlands condition assessment, there's an explanation of what the guide is intended to be used for, and it reads, "This guide will help you to assess the condition of your peatlands, which is the starting point for informing changes in management or restoration required to improve condition." Do you consider this to be directly relevant to assessing development management decisions?
When you're doing an application, you are always considering the peatland restoration opportunities that are available on a site, so it can be used in that purpose, absolutely. Also, in NPF4, we are required to consider condition. This is Nature Scott's guidance for peatland condition, and given there's no other guidance of how to do that, it is it is not a great leap to think that that would be an appropriate starting place, or an appropriate place. Just to be clear, the peatland and the condition assessment for Dell 2, the actual assessment that was done was in relation to peatland restoration.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Trinick discussed some terms which are used, and I just want to make sure that we're in agreement on these. So can we agree that Blanket Bog is listed as an Annex 1 for the purposes of the directive?
Yes.
And do you agree that the question of whether the Blanket Bog is active, which we will come on to, but do you agree that that question is relevant to whether Blanket Bog is a priority national habitat for the purposes of the directive?
Yes.
Okay, so all Blanket Bog is an Annex 1, but if it's asterisked because it's active, then it becomes a priority.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So even if the reporter accepted your view that the Blanket Bog, which is present, is not active, then it would nevertheless still be an Annex 1 habitat?
Yes.
And do you agree that Blanket Bog is listed on the Scottish Biodiversity List?
Yes.
Thank you. And the reference for that is document 441. Now, I would like to turn to some definitions in NPF 4. It's on page 155, and that's document reference is 614.
I assume we're not going to get into any policy debates here, it's just talking about definitions. Okay.
Yes, it's definitions.
What internal page number, sorry?
It's the glossary on, it's page 155, I believe. So this is the definition of priority peatlands habitat. It's page 155 of both the documents and the PDF. Right, so the second part of the definition of priority peatland habitat is that priority peatland habitats are subsets of the 4 broad classes mentioned previously, one of which was Blanket's Bog. So it's a subset of those categories which have been recognised under the Scottish Biodiversity Framework as being important. So would you agree that Blanket Bog is a priority peatlands habitat for the purposes of NPF 4?
Yes.
And similarly, there is a definition of peatlands, which is on the previous page. And part of that definition is, so it's defined by the presence of peat soil or peaty soil types, and this means that peat forming vegetation is growing and actively forming peat, or it has been grown and formed peat at some point in the past. So would you agree that the relevant habitat is peatlands for these purposes?
So yes, they're talking about peatlands, and it refers to peatlands, the priority peatland habitats further down. That's one of the peatlands, is
Yes.
blanket bog. Yes. But so what that is doing is describing that peatlands can be active or not active, as it says in here. Yeah. And peat forming, vegetation, actively peat forming, or it has or in the past. But that's different from Annex 1 priority.
Indeed, I'm trying to separate out, so priority is used in different senses, and I'm trying to go through these line by line just so that we're very clear, because there does come a difference when it comes to Annex 1, as you correctly say. So if we could now look please at Policy 5C, which is on page 41 of NPF 4. Sorry. And the policy refers to development proposals on peatlands, carbon-rich soils, and priority peatlands habitat. So would you agree that this policy directly applies to Dell 2 because of the definitions we previously looked at?
Yes, there's blanket bog. That's Dell 2.
So would you then accept that the focus of your evidence on whether the bog is active doesn't remove the needs for the reporter to assess impacts on peatlands and priority peatlands habitat under this policy, whether or not it is active?
Yes, assessment in the form of an ECIA.
The reporter's decision may be informed by the ECIA, but the reporter's decision applies to peatlands and priority peatlands habitats.
Are we getting into questions about the application of policy here, Mr. Ferguson? Because I don't think that the witness would have been expecting to answer those questions. You've got the answers with regard to the definitions, and then I think it's a matter for elsewhere how those definitions apply in terms of the policy. So we've asked a number of questions on that with regard to further written submissions. So you may not wish to kind of go into the interpretation of the policy just now.
You place considerable emphasis on degradation, erosion, bare peat, and grazing, burning impacts. But would you accept as a general proposition that the current condition and value of the site are not the same thing?
Value and condition are different things, and you can have things that are high value. Hang on, let me just get my thoughts together for a moment, if that's all right. Sorry, could I please ask you to repeat the question just so that I get the right context?
Just bear with me. So the question, and this doesn't relate to Dell 2 at this stage, it's just a general question, and it's whether you accept as a general proposition that the current condition of a site is different to the value of the site.
Value and condition can be different. The way we consider value in ECIA terms is through the ECIA, through importance evaluation, things like that.
Thank you. And would you accept that degraded peatland can still be important and valuable, particularly where it supports peatland vegetation? I'm thinking here of the paragraph 4.1 of the CM guidance. It would be helpful if you could please look at that. It's on page 32 of document 440.
Which paragraph?
32.
Yeah, which paragraph?
4.17.
Thank you.
Yes, I've got that paragraph in front of me.
And do you accept this part of the guidance is relevant to the reporter's decision?
This part of the guidance, yes, it discusses importance and it mentions erosion features, which we have at Dell.
But this paragraph is specifically to do with peatland, which is currently in a degraded or unfavourable condition, but its value can nevertheless be recognised, having regard to the other criteria I mentioned.
Yes, and we went through this in my evidence in chief, in fact.
Would you accept that degradation and ecological value exist on a spectrum rather than a binary distinction?
In ECIA guidance, which is this guidance on importance evaluation, we consider it in terms of international and through to local, which again we went through.
Which I will come to. There are some aspects of that I would like to work through.
With other considerations as well, as discussed.
And do you acknowledge that NatureScot in its consultation responses and all subsequent documents accept degradation and erosion occurs in places within the Dell 2 sites, and that essentially the dispute comes down to whether those degraded features mean that the peatland is of low value?
Yeah, I think it needs to be considered within the ecological context of a site, of each site individually.
Okay, thank you. Is there a recognised in your evidence in chief this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you indicated that there isn't a recognised subtype of high altitude bog. Let me just frame it as a question. Is there a recognised subtype of high altitude blanket bog?
No, I refer to one definition which in my inquiry report and explain it, but in the usual places that we refer to habitat types such as Phase 1 habitat, the MVC, and things like the Scottish Biodiversity List, there isn't a separated, distinct montane bog.
Can you look please at it's document 912. This is the European Interpretation Manual. It's on page 84. Yes. There's a heading subtypes in the British Isles. Sorry, 80, I'm being told it's 86. Yes.
7130 blanket bog.
Yeah.
And I'm referring specifically to the 52.2, which refers to blanket bogs of high ground, hills and mountains in Scotland, Ireland and Western England and Wales.
Yes, thank you. That doesn't refer to montane bogs specifically. It refers to bogs of high grounds, hills and mountains. That means that's saying that blanket bog, that description of blanket bog, is found in the hills and mountains.
But my question didn't use the term blanket bog. I asked whether there was a recognised subtype of high altitude blanket bog. And doesn't the guidance say subtypes in the British Isles, and there's a separate line entry for blanket bog on high grounds, hills and mountains?
No, that's just high ground. That's not montane.
I didn't say montane for the second time. The question was high altitude bog.
No. It's of blanket bogs of high ground, hills and mountains.
So what we're looking at here on the interpretation manual doesn't exist?
It says that blanket bog is in high grounds, hills and mountains. It doesn't say that it doesn't give an altitudinal limit.
I accept that, but it does distinguish blanket bog on high grounds from blanket bog, which is dealt with in the previous bullet points.
It doesn't give an altitudinal limit such as 600 metres.
Agreed, but it does refer to high grounds, hills and mountains.
Of blanket bog, which
Yes.
is described as in the document.
But if there was no distinction between blanket bog on higher grounds or lower ground, there would have been no reason to mention it separately, would there?
This is the blanket bog of high ground could be anywhere from, let's say, 200, 300 metres. It's not giving an altitudinal limit. It's not separate for montane bog.
I think we can agree that it's separate from Nature Scott's use of the 600 metres altitudes, but it is what it is, and we'll move on from that. Just bear with me, please. Sorry. Okay, so you accept that there is relevant blanket bog at Dell 2 above 600 metres?
There is blanket bog above 600 metres.
And you accept that Nature Scott's guidance defines montane bog as blanket bog above 600 metres?
Nature Scott's guidance does give a 600 metre altitudinal limit.
And would you accept that the fact that NPF 4 doesn't separately define Monte and Bog doesn't prevent relevant guidance in relation to Monte and Bog applying to the application of NPF 4 policies? I don't want to stray into the direct application of policy.
My understanding that guidance is just that, guidance, and not policy.
I think perhaps, sir, this may be straying into policy discussions. So perhaps if I check, rather than putting the question to the witness, the policy 5D references the application of guidance.
I'm aware of that.
And I think that's a matter for the further written submissions, which we have already made and have still to make. So that.
Yeah, do you have any other questions around that you think are going to stray into kind of policy interpretation?
I just wanted to, the only point I wanted to make was to put it to Dr. Massey that NPF 4 policy 5D does reference the application of guidance.
That's a matter of fact. That's in the policy. I mean, I thought you were going to go down a line of question about the role of the guidance or the purpose of the guidance. I'm quite clear what NPF 4 says.
Thanks. I don't need to pursue that further. Do you accept that Nature Scott's position is not that habitat suddenly changes at 600 metres?
Well, it's not clear, and there's a 600-metre. We can have a look at the guidance definition if you want to.
I will come back to the guidance. And would you accept that Nature Scott's concern is not simply altitude in isolation, but altitude combined with sensitivity to damage, difficulty in restoration, and the aspects which are altitude related?
Nature Scott refer to things like restoration, which is Dr. Mills's area. That they comment on things like it being near natural, for example.
Do you accept that altitude may influence things such as exposure, growing season, recovery rates, and restoration outcomes in general terms? I'm not referring specifically to Dell 2.
Yes.
And do you also accept that blanket bog above 600 metres may experience different pressures than blanket bog at substantially lower elevations?
Yes, I mean, as you go up, there are potentially, it's colder and windier. Yeah.
And would you then accept that even if the 600 metres is not a cliff edge or a dividing line, would you accept that it can still operate as a useful indicator?
Indicator of what?
An indicator of the different pressures, which I mentioned in the previous question about blanket bog at lower elevations, such as growing season, exposure, recovery rates, and so on.
600 metres is simply a line, contour line. Things like exposure would be different in different places. Latitudes would be also something you'd consider. So it not necessarily depends where you are.
So in effect, you challenge whether the 600 metres is a valid or useful distinction. Is that fair?
I challenge that blanket bog is found across Scotland, different places, and 600 metres is fairly arbitrary thing.
Okay, thanks. Right. Just bear with me for a moment. So I would like in this section to explore the ECIA terminology and in particular your criticism of NatureScot's use of the term impacts. And if you could turn please to your inquiry reports, paragraph 7.5.
Which paragraph?
7.5. Sorry, in fact, I can move on from that point. It's in your evidence in chief, you discussed in summary the CM recommended approach to assessment, and Mr. Trenick discussed various stages with you. I may be going over the same grounds, but hopefully we can move on quickly. So, would you agree that the framework involves, in summary, the first step is identifying the relevant ecological features?
Yes, should we go to that box 4?
Yep. So that's document 440. Perhaps if you stop me if I think my summary isn't accurate. I don't anticipate we will have much disagreement on this section, but that remains to be seen. So, the first stage, identifying the ecological features, which can be habitat, species, or ecosystems.
Which box are we in? Sorry again.
I wasn't referring.
Oh, you're not going to boxes yet?
I wasn't referring specifically to the box, but perhaps box 4 does pick this up. I think it does. Yeah, I'm putting a summary of the process which is described in the guidance in general, but I think is summarised in this box 4. With the second stage being evaluating whether any of the features it's to do with the importance of the ecological features.
Sorry, where are you in the box 4?
It's I'm not quoting directly from box 4. I'm seeking to summarise the process in general. It might be easier to go to the glossary. So to recap, the first stage I mentioned was identifying relevant ecological features, and that's a defined term, ecological features, which is in the glossary.
So which glossary?
There's
one on page
there's
72 of
yeah.
Saeed, is that the one you mean?
It is, it's document 440 and the glossary.
Right.
So I really didn't anticipate we would have difficulty with this, but would you accept that one of the earlier stages is identifying ecological features, which is a defined term?
One of the things, the first thing it says in box 4 is project design, then screening, scoping, considering scoping issues, and then it goes through lists of things that you need to do, and identifying potential ecological features as part of that exercise.
So, does the process involve identifying relevant ecological features?
Yes.
Does it then involve evaluating whether those ecological features are important enough to require further specific assessment, and those are defined as important ecological features?
Yes.
And the next stage is identifying actions which result in changes to those important ecological features, and those actions are defined as impacts.
The impact assessment involved, according to box 4, includes determining the importance of an ecological feature, assessing those features, characterising the impacts.
And that's captured in the definition impacts.
In the glossary?
In the glossary, yeah.
Let me just read that, please.
Of course.
Yes, yes.
And the next stage is assessing the outcome to the important ecological features from the impact. In effect, the output of that is the effects. That's again a defined term.
Yes, you characterise the impacts in terms of extent, magnitude, duration, reversibility, timing, etc.
And when the impacts are applied to the important ecological features, the next step is that gives the effects.
Consider the effects.
So the impact is the action resulting in the change, and the effect is the outcome of the change. Is that fair?
If you go to page 15, it has those impacts and effects definitions.
Okay, so the next step is then identifying the significant effects.
In the absence of mitigation?
Yeah. There is a point. There is a point to going through this. As I said, I didn't anticipate this would be controversial, and now that we're going, it isn't. So there's identification of significant effects. Then there is identification of mitigation, and after mitigation is applied, there are residual effects at that stage. And then we move into compensation, and then finally into enhancement. So the reason I raise this is because in paragraphs 711 to 716 of your inquiry report, and this is repeated in paragraph 2 of your precognition. Seven 11 to 716. You criticise Nature Scott's use of the term significant adverse impacts rather than effects.
At the end of an at the end of an ECIA, you're expected to consider with likely significant effects. That's the terminology that we use.
But you do understand that Nature Scott is not carrying out an ECIA. Nature Scott is considering an ECIA.
What I put towards Nature Scott in my criticism is that considering the impacts is only part of the process. You have to consider the next steps, the mitigation, and the effects. the effects without mitigation, the mitigation and the effects.
And you say specifically, in using the wording significant adverse effects in Nature Scott's objection letter, it's unclear if Nature Scott has only considered the negative impacts of Dell 2 and ignored mitigation effects and positive impacts and effect. And if so, it would follow that Nature Scott in their objection letter did not fully consider Dell 2 as per the ECIA guidelines.
Yes.
So rather than simply being a criticism of the wording used by Nature Scott, you seem to be suggesting that this is indicative of that Nature Scott may not have taken account key elements of the ECIA assessment process.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to go through those in turn. So the outcome of the proposed development in peatland. So are you suggesting that Nature Scott have considered the impacts but haven't moved on to consider the effects?
In the wording, they say significant adverse impacts.
Okay. So could you look please at Annex 1 to Nature Scott's guidance document, which is 443. And it's Annex 5, which Mr. Trinick referred to previously. It's on page 21 of the PDF. Page 21 of the PDF. It's the template for assessing national interest priority peatlands.
Sorry, I'm not finding it.
Is it document 443 you have?
Document 443, which is the 2026 guidance.
It is, yeah. And it's after numbered page 20, it's the templates for assessment, the document switches from portrait to landscape.
Okay.
And if you look at so Nature Scott did complete this template as part of their consultation process, and I believe that the completed version has been submitted with one of the applicant's documents, the FOI documents. So I'm not asking you whether you agree with the figures or the conclusions reached by Nature Scott, but if you look at the criteria, aren't these criteria indicative of Nature Scott's having considered effects, not just impacts?
No. We're looking at this template.
I think so.
No.
So, where's the one about? So, under criteria, for example, this relates to changes in natural,
Just present.
the presence of natural surface pattern and what else?
And whether or not there's a... I mean, I would go with that.
So you don't accept that these relate to the effects?
No, of course not. They're reflecting what is currently there.
You then suggest that Nature Scott haven't, or may not, to be accurate, have taken into account mitigation. You specifically refer to mitigation not being taken into account.
Yes, the use of the words significant adverse impacts suggests that they haven't considered it.
Okay, so what mitigation might they have left out of account in this case?
Things like minimisation, avoidance of moving things around, minimisation of impacts. That's mitigation.
Mitigation by design. Just to be clear, you're not treating the peatland restoration proposals as mitigation for these purposes.
Well, of course, that's mitigation as well, but you asked me to suggest some mitigation, and I've suggested some mitigation that might have been not considered. It's not for me to say what Nature's got considered or not considered, but it's something which I'm proposing with the wording that you use of significant adverse impacts rather than likely significant effects may have been missed.
So I think you said there that the restoration proposals are mitigation.
They're part of the mitigation process.
Okay, could you look please at paragraphs 6.5 and 6.6 of chapter 6 of the EIA?
So can you flip the other way around? Which document and then the numbers?
Sorry, it's It's the main ECIA assessment.
It's the ECIA.
It's the ECIA assessment.
The
Chapter 6. Yeah.
1.011.
Yes.
Well, no, just 0, 0, 0, sorry. 111. It's easier.
And paragraph.
Paragraphs. Do you have that document?
Yeah, got one. Is it the ecology chapter you
Yeah,
want to?
it's the ecology chapter. Just excuse me, just bear with me for a moment. I thought I had that.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
So, excuse me. So 6.5 deals with mitigation.
6.5. Page 6.5.
Yes, and no, it's paragraph number 6.5.
Page 56.
Thank you. And you can see here that because no potentially significant adverse effects were identified, no additional mitigation measures are outlined. And in paragraph 6, 4.14, I believe, the restoration proposals are treated as enhancement.
Yes, this is a really interesting point, isn't it? Because Nature Scott always refer to it as compensation in their guidance. So where to put it, whether you find likely significant effects or not, is because it's compensation multipliers. It's colloquially referred to.
But if we leave Nature Scott's guidance aside for the moment, we're still on the ECIA process, and this is precisely why I went through it step by step with mitigation, then compensation, then enhancement. And the author of this report is treating the restoration proposals as enhancement rather than mitigation.
Can we just remember what the mitigation hierarchy is of avoidance minimisation? So I refer to avoidance.
No, I'm sticking here with the ECIA process. You were criticising Nature Scott's use of language in its consultation response. You were comparing Nature Scott's language with the language used in the ECIA process, and you suggested that Nature Scott have left out of account mitigation, which you confirmed included specifically the restoration proposals. And I'm putting it to you that the author of this report treated the restoration proposals as enhancement, whereas you seem to treat them as mitigation.
I referred to avoidance and minimisation in my, which is clearly mitigation.
Yes, but I would like to get your evidence in relation to where the restoration proposals sit in relation to the ECIA process. So you will have every opportunity to explain where they sit elsewhere under the mitigation hierarchy, but if you could please answer where, in your view, the peatland restoration proposals sit in the ECIA process.
In the ECIA process, this has been, you've shown us that it was put as that particular element of the mitigation was considered enhancement. However, there is other elements such as avoidance and minimisation that needs to be considered part of mitigation. So what I've said is valid.
And you suspect that Nature Scott may have left those things out of account?
With the use of the words significant adverse impacts.
Okay, we'll come on now to the reason why Nature Scott may have used those words. So I think you have accepted that Nature Scott was not preparing a fresh or a shadow ECIA.
Nature Scott endorsed ECIA, and it's for practitioners and for bodies, and statutory bodies to use.
Do you agree that Nature Scott's role was to appraise the proposed development in light of the ECIA and other relevant information in accordance with its own guidance?
And SIEM guidance.
Okay, can we look, if you want, we can look at in fact, let's look at policies 4 and 5 of NPF 4. And this is document 614. And it's pages 40 and 42. Do you have that document?
I have NPF 4, and I only have some of it printed out.
Okay, it's policy, page 43, it's policy 5D. So perhaps if I read the wording, so the wording is, the assessment should inform careful project design and ensure, in accordance with relevant guidance in the mitigation hierarchy, that adverse impacts are first avoided and then minimised through best practice. Do you accept that the language used in this policy is impacts?
Can you just please point me to the paragraph that you're reading so that I can read it myself?
Of course. Do you have page 42 and 43?
Oh, yes, I do.
And it's the second part of policy 5D, which is at the top left-hand side of page 43. And it's describing the site-specific assessment which requires to be undertaken.
Starts with the assessment should inform careful project design.
Yes, that's it. And I was pointing out the wording that adverse impacts are first avoided and then minimised through best practice.
Yes, I read that.
Okay, and we have discussed Nature Scott's peatland guidance, which is 443, and just before I get into the detail of the guidance and its relevance, so the guidance at its page 4, please. I think so. Yes, sorry, page 4, I'm confusing myself here. And there's the previous, the heading is ecological impact assessment, which refers to the process, it refers to the CM guidance. And it's the final paragraph just before it moves on to NPF 4. So this paragraph references, it explains that EIA in general and ECIA in particular use different terms to NPF 4. And the final sentence, it refers to NPF 4, and therefore the use of the requirements and terms in current policies is essential.
Do you recognise that this document was written in, was published in May 2026?
I do, and I will come on to that in a moment. However, the wording it quotes is quotes from the CM guidance. So the CM guidance explains that the implications, so once the significant effects are identified, then the guidance recognises that this should be, so it's consideration should be given to the implications of those significant effects in accordance with planning policies.
Yes, I see that, but it doesn't say that you should, yeah, it just says that. It doesn't say anything more than that.
So forgive me, we really are drifting into interpretation of words and policies.
I didn't think we were with that particular questioning, but I'm not sure if you were going to drift into more interpretation of policy. But that particular question, I was happy with that, because it was a question on just what's written in the guidance, and I can read it there.
See, my general point was that do you agree that the guidance recognises the difference between the ECIA specific terminology and the terminology used in NPF 4 and mandates the use of these terms in NPF 4?
Well, I'd need to read it in the context of that sentence in SIEM guidance rather than in Nature Scots guidance. Or what they actually mean there. It's just a wording.
So do you accept that Nature Scots consultation response correctly used the terminology required in its own guidance?
Sorry, what consultation response?
Its consultation response to the Section 36 application where you were criticising Nature Scots' use of the term significant impacts rather than significant effects.
Oh, I see. I think that Nature Scot used the words significant adverse impacts, and in ECIA we use the words likely significant effects.
Despite the fact that the guidance, Nature Scots guidance, relates specifically to NPF 4, and NPF 4 uses the term adverse impacts.
NPF 4 does use the words adverse impacts in places. It refers to the mitigation hierarchy, but we are following, we're talking about ECIAs, and ECIA refers to likely significant effects.
But are you seriously suggesting that when Nature Scot considered the application, they didn't consider the relevant components of the ECIA and they stopped at the impacts stage and they didn't look beyond the impact stage?
Well, they use the word adverse impacts, and there's sections through after impacts in an ECIA that you need to consider.
But Nature Scot wasn't undertaking an ECIA. Nature Scot was undertaking an appraisal in accordance with its guidance. Its guidance uses the term impacts because the term impacts is used in NPF 4. Why would Nature Scot use significant effects when that's ECIA terminology rather than terminology which is relevant to its appraisal in accordance with its guidance?
In the use of the words significant adverse impacts, it is not clear if they took into consideration the elements passed in ECIA that consider the mitigation and the next steps of the process, because they stopped with the word impacts.
And you think that's a genuine possibility?
Well, that's the wording that they used.
But they use the wording that's mandated in their own guidance and reflects the policy test. If you're not going to agree to, do you maintain your criticism of Nature Scot using the term impacts rather than effects?
I maintain that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ferguson, I don't know if it's, I mean, the witnesses now we go for an hour, let's say. I don't know if you're reaching a point, we can take a short break, I think.
I have one brief question which might close this chapter. And in your inquiry report, I think you're critical of the lack of, it's paragraph 7.18 of your inquiry report. You're critical of the lack of consultation by Nature Scots of the 2026 update of the original 2023 guidance. Could you explain that further, please?
Sorry, what paragraph was? I didn't catch that, sorry.
It's paragraph 7.18.
Thank you.
There was no public consultation. There was no public consultation that I could have consulted on that.
Were you aware of consultation with interested groups?
I wasn't aware of at the time.
Okay, could I take you briefly to documents 770 and 771?
I suppose that's probably best put to Dr. Mills.
It is one of my few questions for Dr. Mills.
I don't think that Dr. Massey can speak to it. I know where you're going, but I think it's best put to Dr. Mills.
I simply want to ask whether Dr. Massey was aware of any of the processes described in those documents.
Okay.
So
So the document numbers again, sorry.
it's 770 is the key document. Attached to 770 is so 770 is an email exchange, and 771 is a tracked draft version of the updated guidance. I don't think we need to look at the tracked draft version unless Dr. Massey wants to. So we can see here it appears to be the Energy Consents Unit consulting with various individuals and groups, including Dr. Mills and Scottish Renewables. And there's a reference to the involvement of the technical subgroup. So were you aware of this consultation exercise?
No,
Okay. But do you maintain, having looked at this, do you maintain your criticism of Nature Scots, and do you think it's still fair to say that there wasn't consultation?
there wasn't public consultation that I was able to be involved with. I think Dr. Mills can speak further than that.
Okay, thank you.
Are we all content to take a 10-minute, well, let's say that we return at 20 past? Oh, all happy with that? Mr. Ferguson, do you have a rough estimate of time to go in cross-examination? Roughly.
Perhaps it's the same again, slightly less.
It's useful just to know. Thank you. So we'll be back at 20 past. Okay, that's 20 past. Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. Can you turn, please, Dr. Massey, to your inquiry report? It's paragraph 2.5. And this explains you did not undertake the baseline surveys or the ecology chapter, but you adopt the findings subject to certain qualifications.
Yes.
Until your evidence in chief this morning, I had understood the first qualification in relation that this covers the national, regional, local classification of. I had understood this as you qualifying your adoption of the reports, and I thought you were acknowledging that all blanket bog is of national importance. Is that the case or not?
I'm identifying in this location that it's part of the national. They hadn't referenced that there was a nationally important resource, as in the carbon and peatland maps. You see, you know the carbon and peatland maps. Yeah, that's like a national listing.
But when we come on to, and I do want to look at the approach taken in Chapter 6, working through the various stages, the original author of the report, as explained here in 2.5, refers to certain bog communities being ranked as regionally important and bare peat as locally important. I thought you were disagreeing with that particular classification and, in effect, uprating the importance of blanket bog and bare peat to national importance. Is that your qualification? It didn't sound like it in your discussions with Mr. Trinick, where the criteria for local and regional importance was looked at.
I'm just reading for a moment.
Of course.
In this, this particular paragraph here, I am qualifying that all bog in the UK, as well as being Annex 1, as we've discussed already, also is part of this carbon and peatland, which is referred to here. I refer to it as the nationally important carbon and peatland resource.
But as part of this qualification, are you or are you not uprating the importance of blanket bog from regional to national and bare peat from local to national?
I'm saying, I'm making sure that there's an understanding that in the listings, if I had done it, I would have also, in the listings of Annex 1, etc., I would have also put carbon and peatland nationally. Do you understand?
I'm afraid I don't. Perhaps we can, my next point was paragraph 5.7 of your inquiry reports. Where you say blanket bog is valued nationally and internationally as it's on the Scottish Biodiversity List.
Yes.
And is Annex 1 habitat.
Yes, the importance evaluations we went through in my evidence in chief, you have the listings of things and then you have the site-specific geographical assessment of resource and putting it in that context. So what I'm saying here, that they're not mutually exclusive. They're on these lists. We're absolutely. All of the blanket bog in the UK is part of the Annex 1, which is national, is international, Scottish biodiversity list, national. We understand those listings, but that's just one part of the overall ECIA evaluation.
So in table 6.2 of chapter 6, could we have a look, please? Just bear with me, I'll get you a page number.
6-12.
Yes, thank you. And this, in effect, is a generic table,
Yes, entitled Geographic Importance.
geographic importance. And then I think the site-specific is table 10 on page 34.
Yes.
And we can see that blanket bog has been given a ecological value of regional, and so if we stick with blanket bog just for the moment, blanket bog has been assigned regional ecological value. Is the qualification which we looked at in your evidence that that should have been national rather than regional?
No.
Could you explain why, please?
Oh, we went through that in my evidence in chief. Do we need to go through it again?
Yes, particularly in light of paragraph 5.7, where you explain that blanket bog is valued nationally and internationally.
This is the misunderstanding that a listing simply puts it as it is. So look at the paragraph here, conservation status, potential conservation status, and it's given the Annex 1 listing. We know Annex 1, Scottish biodiversity list, gives that information. I would have put in that line carbon and peatland resource, because that's part of it. So the importance evaluation, when you do it, takes into consideration lots of different things that we were talking about previously. And so it's not just the listing. So if you consider, it's in some ways it's easier to think about this in terms of species, because they're sort of individuals. If you consider a species, let's say golden plover, which is a bird which you find in the uplands. I'm going off track a little bit, but it's golden plover. That is listed as a Annex 1 species on the European. It's a Scottish biodiversity list. They're so nationally and internationally listed. It's also on the quarry list, which means you can shoot it, because just shooting one of them isn't nationally important. It doesn't make it all nationally important for that particular site. You'd have to have, like, as we went through before, like 1% of the population, etc., of the national population to make it nationally important, or 1% of the international population to make it internationally important, for example.
It's possible, probably I'm misunderstanding, but you have adopted the findings of the ECIA with certain qualifications.
Yes.
And I'm still not crystal clear what the qualification was. What element of the ECIA would you change to and substitute your own view of national for?
Sorry, that I would have done what, sorry?
If we look at the wording, I'm not clear what your qualification is.
My qualification is that the carbon and peatland map wasn't referred to as a part of the listing there. It should have been identified. It's not just Scottish Biodiversity List, which is a national list, or Annex 1, which is a European list. That should have had carbon. I would have, if it had been in my EIA.
So
I would have noted that.
If it had been your ECIA, instead of using local for bare peat and regional for blanket bog, that's how I read your qualification. Is it that you would have added something to table 6.2?
Of course, I wouldn't have written it exactly the same way. That would have had the words. But no, it fundamentally doesn't change. It's just that I would have included the carbon and peatland map as the listing of national importance.
If you did that, doesn't that mean for geographical importance?
No, you're equating the listing with the geographical.
Okay. Can we look please at the CM guidance? It's page 29. Is this it?
Yes.
It's document 440. Do you have that, Dr. Massey? And this recommends a frame of reference starting with international, national, regional, and so on, all the way down to local. And paragraph 416 deals specifically with habitats.
Yeah, that goes on to page 31 and 32.
It does indeed. So on page 42, under habitats, the first section deals with European or international, and this references here. So habitat types of European international conservation importance are listed in Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. Given that blanket bog is listed in Annex 1, doesn't that mean that blanket bog should have been assigned international significance or importance? Sorry.
No.
And halfway through that section, there's reference to habitats considered of principal importance for biodiversity in Scotland, i.e. nationally. Reference is made to the Scottish Biodiversity List.
Yes, simply being present on a list doesn't mean that at the site that site is considered to be internationally or nationally important simply by being on the list. That's not how you do it in ECIA. That's one of the considerations that you taking place. The table 6.2 table in the EIAR, which is referred to as a standard table, describes that to get to that level, you would need 1% of the international amount or 1% of the national amount. It's not simply being on a list that makes an importance evaluation. There's, as you can see in this document, there's lots. If it was simply that, it would just say that. Because it doesn't. It gives you all sorts of things that you need to consider, like characteristics, and putting it in geographical context, etc.
But could we look again at table 6.2, please? So this is describing geographical importance. Mm-hmm. And you referenced a 1% threshold.
Yeah, it's standard.
Could you please point to where that is that a specified threshold for these purposes?
Sorry?
You referenced a 1% threshold.
That's from the Burns Convention. No, Ramsar Convention, beg your pardon. Ramsar Convention. It's used as standard in ECIAs. Many of us have used it lots of times since that.
But if we were looking to apply Table 6.2 to any given site, should Annex 1 feature in Table 6.2? And if so, where? So if we see the examples in the third column, which references various designations and so on, where?
Simply appearing on a list doesn't mean that it's that particular listing in an ECIA. You've got to consider many factors.
But for example, a SSI is a national feature.
Yes, it's been designated as such. It's a standard.
Just give me a moment, please. Sorry, Dr. Massey. Could you look at paragraph 4.9 of the CM guidance? That's on page 31.
For 9.
Yes, which explains that the following paragraphs provide guidance on how to apply the concept of importance to assess the impacts of projects on habitats and so forth. Mm-hmm. And we looked at paragraph 4.16, which deals with habitats, and I put it to you that habitats in Annex 1, the guidance indicates that they should be given national importance. International importance, sorry.
Simply appearing on a list doesn't make them the table in the EIAR 6.2 is standard, and it is standard that simply appearing on a list doesn't make it of international or national importance. That is absolutely standard. It's just it's one of the considerations of what is there.
What benefit then is there with paragraph 16, which is as paragraph 4.9 introduced? The following paragraphs were supposed to provide guidance on how to apply the concept of importance. And my reading, at least, is that Annex 1 habitats are of European international conservation importance. And halfway down the paragraph, habitats of national importance for Scotland are listed in the Scottish Biodiversity List.
Sorry, the standard approach for considering habitats and species within ECIA is that you identify the potential listings or the listings that the receptor is in, and you put that into geographical framework. That is standard. We use the 1% metric for determining whether something would be likely to, and this is standard, this is how we do it. This is how it's done in the ones which I write, the ones that I review. If there is a 1% of the national population, then we consider that then it would potentially be considered nationally important, of like an Annex 1 habitat or an Annex 1 species. If it's 1% of an international population, then it would be internationally important. Simply appearing on a list doesn't make it that site-specific context to make it internationally or nationally important. The standard way that you do that is by using that 1% metric. There may be cases, which it does detail in here, where there might be like a designated site and the population is out with that. That you would maybe say was part of the designated sites. But as I said before, it's kind of easier to conceptualise with species, like the golden plover. Simply appearing on that list, it also doesn't stop it from being on the quarry list where it can be shot. Just because that wouldn't be the loss of a nationally important bird. It's just the loss of a bird. It's that size element and that proportionality, and that's very standard in ECIA.
But in Table 2, aren't there other categories, even going down to regional and local, which rely on something being listed or designated or notified? Is that
You consider it in the round, absolutely. You consider all these things in the rounds when you're doing your evaluation, but you don't just go, oh, it's on a list, therefore it must be. That's not what happens. It tells you that you've got to take all these different things into consideration.
Could you explain then how, I appreciate it wasn't your report, but the blanket bog was given regional importance. Can you explain the factors which led to that ranking?
You quite rightly say, I didn't write this report, so I can't obviously say what the thought processes were through that. However, as we referred to earlier, they considered that there was in table 6.10, which we can go to. And we talked through this in my evidence in chief. The blanket bog is on page 35 of chapter, the ecology chapter, which is document 1.11. They put down the conservation listings. I would have included carbon and peatland map there, but I didn't write it.
So where on table 610 would you have referenced?
I would have referenced it somewhere in that table, that it was on that, probably under the listings. Something like that. I would have mentioned it there. They provide a comment and they give regional. We also discussed with Mr. Trenick that we did the calculation of percentages, which was quite low, 0.02 I think it was, which is quite low. But we then just discussed paragraph 6.4.8, which is on page 52. And this is the discussion about considering considerations of the erosion, but that there was the potential for restoration. And so it was increased from a lower category to regional for that very purpose. And that was in line with siting guidance.
Going back to your qualification in your inquiry report and looking at table 610, are you or are you not suggesting that bare peat should be operated from local to regional and blanket bog should be operated from regional to national?
No.
You're not, okay. If the reporter were to come to a conclusion that blanket bog should be given either national or international importance for these purposes, is there a way that the existing ECIA could be reverse engineered? So if the reporter were substituting national or international importance, I'm familiar with EIA reports which use various a matrix as a common approach of having, say, significance of habitats in one matrix and magnitudes and so on of effects on another, and that gives various outcomes in terms of significance effects. Is there a way where a change in the importance assigned to blanket bog, could that be plugged in to the existing assessment to determine whether or not the effects would be significant for these purposes?
You refer to a matrix approach, which the science guidance recommend you don't use, and it wasn't used in this EIAR. So the matrix approach that you refer to hasn't been used.
Could we look briefly at paragraph 6.4.13 of the ECIA?
Which page is that?
Just give me a moment.
It's of the
Page 52.
of the inquiry, but it's not there.
I think it's page 52,
No,
I
no,
think.
Yeah, it's the chapter 6 of the EIA, and it's page 52. And I think this is recording the outcome of the overall assessment, and we can see it 6.4.13. So given the consideration of sensitivity and magnitudes, the effect significance was low adverse and not significant at the regional level. That's a summary of the overall assessment in relation to habitat. That's correct.
Let me just familiarise myself with it.
Of course.
Okay.
If I go back to my point about if the reporter were to reach a different view on the importance to be given to the habitat, and the reporter were to substitute national or international, is it possible to use in effect to plug in national? And is it possible to see what, so that the author of this report concluded low adverse, and low adverse is not significant. But if the reporter were to change only one input, and that's the importance assigned, and uprates it for blanket bog from regional to national or international, I appreciate it's not a formula, but is there a step-by-step process the reporter or indeed Scottish ministers as decision makers could take to apply the existing approach?
Yeah, the term plug-in wouldn't work, but I can have a think and see what I think about it. But an ECIA takes time and process to just, you don't just plug out a thing, so I need to think before I make that response.
Of course.
I think it might be useful, Mr. Fraser, if you ask the question again once Dr. Messie's ready, just so it's fresh in our mind.
Sorry, I was reading. I think I can answer briefly and direct the reporters to where they would need to go to answer that question themselves.
Please do, yes.
In this time frame, rather than
Yes.
yeah. And do you want? Sorry, did you want the question repeated for the records?
If it would benefit you,
Yep.
Dr. Massey, to have the question repeated, then please do so, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, Dr. Massey. If the reporter or Scottish ministers as the decision maker took the view that blanket bog should be given a different rating of importance, either national or international, in substitution for the ratings given by the author of the report, would the reporter or the decision maker be able to take the methodology in the ECIA, substitute the uprated level of importance, and is there a transparent and repeatable process which would lead the decision maker to come to a view, keeping all other inputs the same, as to the nature of the effect and whether that effect is a significant effect?
The reporters would look through the section of the ECIA and signing guidance, which it refers to from pages, I would think, criteria of assessing the effects, which is on page 611 through to, I didn't quite finish reading it, 615. That's the information of how the process is undertaken. As I say, it's not a plug-in, plug-out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There were two other qualifications in your adoption of the reports. As a reminder, it was paragraph 2.5 of your inquiry reports. Could you, the first, or rather, we have discussed the first qualification. The second one is to do with land take calculations.
2.5, yes.
Could you explain briefly? I personally didn't understand what this qualification was.
Land take calculations are the process where you look at the potential impacts by I would normally do it by laying out the layout, putting suitable buffers, clipping it from the habitat survey data. My understanding is that we agreed in the statement of agreed matters that was in agreement, the metrics that were used there, and I didn't spend a long time drilling into that sort of thing. There was an assumption that it was that was all.
Have you used different land take calculations to the original author?
No, I have no.
In what way are you qualifying your adoption of the report? What is it that you see different to the author of the report?
Nothing specifically.
So the land take calculations you have based your assessment on are not different to the land take calculations from the original author, or are they?
No, I haven't done. I've adopted these land take calculations, and that's fine. I'm saying that I didn't. That I'm assuming that they are correct.
So is the qualification that you have adopted them on the assumption that they are correct without you necessarily verifying the underlying calculations?
I haven't drilled into. They looked. I read the documents. I looked at the infrastructure. I went. That looks reasonable and appropriate.
Right, so it's not a qualification in terms of you have different figures, you have adopted them on assumption that they are correct.
Yeah, because we agreed in the statements of agreed matters, and what I didn't want to do is find that we were discussing, you know, the ins and outs of 1.2 buffer, you know, here and things like that. When that would have been
Okay, thanks. And finally, your third qualification was to do with baseline habitat surveys, and you have fairly acknowledged that there will always be variations in the way that habitat surveyors map an area.
yes.
Is that the extent of your qualification? Is it?
But there will always be variation. So when you go onto a site and someone else has done a survey, and I do this quite a lot, I go and have a look to see what other people's surveys are like. There's a reasonable level of, when you have two habitats, especially things like blanket bog and wet heath, and I'm perhaps going into too much detail, but there's like transitions, and somebody might draw a line there, and somebody else might draw a line there, and it's like, well, it depends on day, and also depends on the year and things like that. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't necessarily exactly draw the line in exactly the same place, and I'm just making it clear from a perspective of a habitat surveyor that was something that we all agree on.
And
I agree. I'm just making it aware. Yeah.
Is there a specific difference in habitat classification you're referring to here, or is it simply a general acknowledgement that no two surveyors will reach identical results?
Yeah, exactly. And when I went onto the site at Dell, I thought it was broadly, you know, it was appropriate.
Okay. I would like to go back to the question of active, which has been discussed on a few occasions previously. And I've commented, I think you agreed that the requirement for active is certainly relevant to Annex 1 habitats for the purposes of making it priority.
Correct.
Is that the same for priority peatlands habitats? I think you acknowledged earlier that for the definition of priority peatlands habitats, all blanket bog is priority.
Or NPF.
Sorry, NPF 4.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's the use of the same word, but has different meanings in different things.
Yes. So this may be straying into policy, so if so, please say so. But the question is, would the question of active or not active, would that be relevant to the reporter's assessment?
Is that relevant to the reporter's assessment of policy interpretation? And if it is, we are probably straying into...
It's straying into policy and submissions.
It may well be, given that we have strayed a little bit, that we discuss that when we talk about closing submissions in terms of what we might allow within closing submissions, because we've not discussed that, or I've not allowed that discussion today, and there is further written submissions, but there might be scope to deal with further matters in closing submissions. But the witness wouldn't have been anticipating to answer interpretation policy questions today. So,
okay. You reference the interpretation of active in terms of the European Interpretation Manual, which is document 912 at page 84. And the definition you referenced was the term active must be taken to mean still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. Is there any relevance here of the words normally as opposed to that is peat forming? Does the word normally qualify the requirements for peat forming?
Yes, there's normally. It should be normally peat forming. That's
So-
what it says, normally peat forming. Should normally be peat forming.
Where is this reference? Sorry, I didn't quite catch
It's
where it's quoting from.
It's the definition of active in document 912, page 84 or 86.
Yep, I have it. Thank you.
Yeah, 84 on the
It's page 86 of the PDF.
Of 911.
912.
912.
Yes, on that page, the blanket bog page.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. It says the term active must be taken to mean still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. That's what it says.
And it's the word normally I'm interested in for these purposes. So does the use of the word normally mean that, so if the interpretation had simply said, is peat forming, it's quite clear what's being discussed.
So normally peat forming. So it is normally, but what we know that there's different seasons and things. So variation, yeah.
So would you accept that the definition doesn't require proof that peat is actively forming at the precise point the survey was carried out?
Should be normally peat forming. You should normally be peat forming. So you should be able to see that it would normally be peat forming.
Okay, could you look please at document,
To be clear, this is the definition of it.
it is the definition, and I was exploring the word normally included in the definition to see whether that's qualified the requirement. If you just give me a moment, please, it's the JNCC guidance in relation to blanket bogs. I'll get you a document number.
Mm-hmm.
It's 927.
927. Oh, yes.
And it's on page 1, which also has a definition of active.
Page 1.
Page 1, yes. The footer of page 1. Is this definition of relevance for these purposes?
The definition is that first, where active is defined as supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. That is the same wording as we've just read. That's the definition taken from Annex 1.
It is indeed, but if you continue with this paragraph, it refers to typical species including bog mosses, cotton grasses,
Yep.
and in certain circumstances together with heather.
Mm-hmm.
So these are indicated as peat forming species.
No, these are indicated as typical species. That include typical species include the important peat forming species, so sphagnum sphagnum and cotton grasses. Yeah, they're there. They can be, but they cannot be. So these species can be typical in the correct ecological context. If they're not in the correct ecological context, they aren't peat forming. A really good way of understanding this is to look at a habitat called dry heath. Dry heath, nobody thinks is peat-forming active bog, do we? No. It's active. It's not active bog, it's dry heath. If we went to look at one of the dry heath communities, which is called H22 for the MVC communities, and we can go there if you want to. We can go there if we want to. Would you like to go to there?
No, I don't think we need to look at other species, but...
No, it's not other species. That's the important thing. It's not other species. Those species, which are typical species, could be peat forming in the correct ecological context, including sphagnums and cotton grasses and heather. They're all in H22, including Sphagnum crapifolium, including Sphagnum fuscum. Just because they are there doesn't necessarily mean they are peat forming. It depends on the ecological context in which they're situated.
And I understand that qualification, but the guidance...
No, that's not guidance, that's a description.
I wasn't intending getting into this point. I was simply looking at... I was fast-forwarding to the next sentence, actually, but just while we're looking at it, the description couldn't be clearer, even with your qualification. But the description is the description. It describes typical important peat-forming species.
Yes, in the right ecological context, but they can be, but you have to consider the ecological context of when
If we then look at the next sentence, which describes thus sites, particularly at higher altitudes, characterised by extensive erosion features, may still be classified as active if they otherwise support extensive areas of typical bog vegetation, and especially if erosion gullies show signs of recolonisation.
well, they may, but it doesn't say they always, and it doesn't give an altitude for that. And again, as I said before, this is simply the JNCC description of ecological characteristics of blanket bog, and it goes on to give their SACs. It's not the Annex 1 definition, which is used in the SSI selection criteria.
But the last sentence of the description does refer specifically to higher altitudes and acknowledges that extensive erosion is not inconsistent with active if, as you said, there's extensive areas of typical bog vegetation. And the second sentence indicates typical species. But the general point is this paragraph relevant to the reporter's decision on whether or not the blanket bog at Dell 2 is active?
This paragraph is in the general literature. We know this paragraph exists. It's, obviously, it says what it says. I don't dispute that what it says is what it says, but it does require the consideration of the ecological context in which you are situated. There may be sites, I agree, there may be sites. That doesn't mean every bit of erosion at high altitude is SAC.
And would you accept that higher altitude bog can exhibit erosion features and still be classed as active where it supports typical bog vegetation?
The right ecological context, qualified by the correct ecological, in the correct ecological context.
And do you accept that sphagnum is important, but it's not the only species relevant to peat formation? And would you accept that cotton grasses, heather and other species can be peat forming in the relevant ecological context and therefore relevant to the definition of active blanket bog?
In the correct ecological context. As
And you place significant weight on the absence of continuous sphagnum carpets. Is there a definition or a description which requires a continuous layer of sphagnum as a precondition of activity?
Okay, we're going into the Lindsay documents, I think. So just give me a moment and I'll work out what I want to go to. Okay.
Does the witness, does Dr. Massey want a break at all just now? Because we could break. If that's going to be helpful to you.
Yeah, that would be just 5 minutes or something. That would be okay.
Well, let's say 25 past. Okay, and then I'll ask Mr. Ferguson to ask that question again. Okay. Okay, I think, Mr Ferguson, over to you to continue the cross-examination. I think you were going to re-ask a question for Dr Massey.
Yes, Dr Massey. So the question was, you place significant weight on the absence of a continuous sphagnum carpet, and I asked whether you can point to any description or definition of active blanket bog which requires a continuous sphagnum layer as a precondition of activity.
Okay, firstly, it's not the only thing I consider at all. So if we go to page 25 of my VAR, the consideration of peatland, peat formation, which is what we're talking about, where we're considering active, I run through a lot of different ways of considering it. And in the table there, which is table 4 of that document, I consider a series of things like water, vegetation, bare peat and water quality. So while you're saying that sphagnum, I place a considerable weight on it, I place a considerable weight on lots of elements of bog in my considerations. When you're asking me about a continuous layer, which a good layer of sphagnum would be appropriate, I do refer to the Lindsay IUCN documents. For example, in my...
Sorry, Dr Massey, do you have a document reference for that?
I think maybe the easiest thing, just visually, is my inquiry appendix, which is 7.2 or 002. Just visually, I mean, we can go there to wordings if you like, but...
Very happy to go to your document, so 7.2.
Yeah, so it's diagram 5, which is reproduced from one of the Lindsay's documents, the IUCN briefing note, committee peatland programme briefing note. And in that picture, you can, so the diagram shows this different species with different colours is what it's showing there, on the first on the left-hand side, and then changes to that as you go into haplotemic. So that's one of the things. There's also things like, as I say, page 25 of my VAR, like according to Anderson is another eminent, Lindsay is an eminent peatland ecologist, so is Anderson, she's a very important peatland ecologist, and she says sphagnum mosses are the most important peat-forming plants, contributing to 99.5% of the material reaching the cattail. So that's why, those are the things why I rely on building up a picture, understanding the context.
Thank you. And finally, would you agree that any assessment by the reporter should consider the full assemblage of peatland species present, not simply whether there is a continuous sphagnum carpet?
No, not just the species present. Absolutely not just the species present, the ecological context of which those species are present in.
So the question was, should the reporter's assessment consider the full assemblage of peatland species present? I think your evidence is that it should consider, but your qualification is in the ecological context.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the cross-examination.
Well, that was rather shorter than I anticipated after the break. And I'm sure from Dr. Marx's point of view, it was shorter as well. I am going to ask for just a 5-minute break, so I'm going to load up a couple of documents for my questions, but there won't be too many. I think maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5. They'll concern themselves with the 2026 Nature Scott guidance, a question on the EIA itself, Chapter 6, and a couple of questions on your inquiry report. So that's all you'll need, I think, as far as I'm concerned, and possibly reference to the definitions of blanket bog, the habitats one, or the GNCC, but that's it as far as documents. but I'm just going to make sure I've got my questions straight and got the documents loaded up. So we'll take another short break, but this is only 5 minutes this time, so we'll start recording again at 25 to. Okay, is everyone okay to proceed? Okay. Then we turn to a couple of questions from myself, and then I'll return to Mr. Trinick after that. In terms of the EIA report, I think that's document 111, and you've been taken to it before by Mr. Ferguson, I think, in terms of, I think it's paragraph 6.4.13 on page 54. I think you were taken to that paragraph. That's the conclusion of the EIA on the significance of effect, and you had quite a bit of discussion there. But I just want to be clear where the consideration of sensitivity is discussed in either that document or elsewhere. Magnitude is quite clear because it's summarised above, but in terms of the EIA's consideration of sensitivity for blanket blog, where or which paragraph is, or would you describe as the sensitivity bit of the assessment?
Just to reiterate, I didn't write this, so I am interpreting what I think it was written. But the sensitivity is the combination of some of the other features in the report. I'm trying to think of a good place and sign.
The reason why I'm asking the question is that magnitude is given its own little paragraph there, and at 6.4.10 in terms of that summary under blanket bog, but sensitivity doesn't, and I was just keen to get your view on how sensitivity has been dealt with there.
It's talking about things like the importance and all the things that we've been discussing, and other features. Just let me think a minute, just until
Okay,
I make sure that I get my wording correct.
That's fine. Mr. Trinick.
Would it assist you if I gave you a signpost?
I think I'm quite happy to give a signpost, and then I'll ask Dr. Massey if she agrees with that.
6229 on page 11.
So
6229 on page 11.
Yeah. 6229, page 11.
Yeah, which reads, Table 6.2 lists the criteria used to determine the value of ecological features in the geographical context, so the importance.
In terms of the IA's discussion on the sensitivity of blanket bog, is that discussed in these paragraphs then, under 6.229? These are the criteria for assessing sensitivity, but I was just looking for the kind of narrative which sets out the sensitivity with regard to blanket bog. And if that's it,
Like in Table 610, and this.
So you'd direct me to table 610 for that. Okay. A question now on the NatureScot guidance, the 2026 version, and it's not a detailed question on it. It's really with regard to the purpose of the guidance. I think Mr. Ferguson was asking questions about the role of the guidance with regard to a policy wording, but I'm just looking at the purpose of it, and what's your understanding of the purpose of the guidance, given that first paragraph within the guidance, and does it have wider application other than informing the staff of Nature Scott on how to respond to development management sort of cases? I mean, the purpose is quite clearly set out there at the top. That's on page...
Yeah, on page 3.
Page 3, electronic page 3.
Let me just read the paragraph to refresh my memory of it. Yes, so here it reads that it is to help Nature Scott staff provide developers, planning authorities and Scottish Government with consistent advice on the assessment effects of any development proposals on peatland habitats and carbon-rich soil. And then it says it will evolve. But yes, additionally it's used for things like that. That's where we consider what habitat surveys to do and things like that.
Beyond the use that's set out there, in your experience, which you've set out today, is that guidance more widely applied by professionals in the field, given that it's intended largely for the purposes of Nature Scott itself, although it's been published publicly?
Yes, so use it to guide, to help us to direct our work on the peatlands habitats when we're writing a chapter and things.
Okay. I don't think we need to go to the documents, but I think you were taken to the Annex 1 criteria about active bog, and I think you had a discussion with Mr. Ferguson about normally, the word normally, but there's also words in there that describe a significant area. And is there any, and that also is in the JNCC definition or a narrative on that you're also taken to. Is there any sort of clarification or definition around what a significant area would be?
No, there isn't, and I think it would be like interpretive site specific. Yeah, it's a big area, a large proportion, most. It's that sort of thing. Yeah. Doesn't give any more qualification than that.
So as far as you're aware, there's no real sort of guidance or assistance out there that qualifies that any further? It would be a site-specific matter as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, it's just, the wording for the definition of active bog is very limited to that particular sentence, and there isn't any additional information regarding that.
I'll maybe take you to your inquiry report now. And paragraph 11.8. And you refer back to the your overall conclusions. And again, it's looking at specific wording, but you use the term likely to be largely inactive. Does that word likely introduce any doubt in your mind? Or was there any doubt on whether it would be largely inactive in reaching that conclusion?
No, there's no doubt in my mind, no.
And in that context, what was the purpose of using the kind of word likely?
I think that refers back to the VAR, and that the support tool, it uses the terms likely, so okay. I use that term, but it's clear in my mind.
Thank you for that.
Do you want me to take the table of the...
No, that's fine. I'll take you to paragraph 11.12 now. And perhaps I'm being over pedantic, but in 11.12 you start off by saying strictly the criteria is met, but then you discuss matters and then indicate that based on the evidence presented, this criteria is not met. And I know this is one of the criteria which follows on from the two minimum criteria, but is there anything inconsistent there? Is it accurate to say strictly this criterion is met and then come to the conclusion that it isn't met?
What I wanted to, what I'm referring to there, do you remember when we went to the peatland condition assessment right at the start of today? So, and I do talk about it in my inquiry report as well. So whilst there's not drains and there's not peat cuttings on the site, so it's not a feature of the site, there are frequent and common erosion features, and they act in the same way as drains for drainage, according to Lindsay and his IUCN documents. And that follows through with the peatland condition assessment guidance, which refers to drains as not just drains, but erosion features. So we looked at that this morning. If we can go back there again as well.
Is it?
Okay.
And in terms of those criteria, the SSI criteria, which we talked about, there's the two minimum, and is it your understanding that if the first two are not met, then you don't go on to the rest? I mean, I know you've done that in your inquiry report, but if that second criteria, which we've had a lot of discussion around in terms of peat forming and such like, if that isn't met, then there's no need to go further than that?
Yes.
Or is that just for SSI criteria, if it was for the purposes of identifying an SSSI?
Yeah, it's as if I'd not gone through the process of doing it with as a triple SI, only through this process. It says very clearly in it that these are the minimum criteria, so if it's not, they aren't met, then you haven't got the sort of qualifying bog to meet the rest of the criteria either. That's the sequence of events that you go through. But having said that, you'd probably, I guess, you know, in this circumstance, people collect the information for all elements or tick the boxes or whatever. But yeah, my understanding is that if you don't meet those first two criteria of size and peat formation, then then the rest of it is invalidated.
Following on from Mr. Ferguson's questions, I don't have any more questions because he covered a couple of matters. Mr. Trinick, are you happy to go straight into re-examining? Okay, over to you, sir.
You were taken by Mr. Ferguson to CD 912. Would you go there again, please? At page 86.
Yes.
Tell me when you're there. How do you interpret within 52.2 the words high ground, hills and mountains in, we'll limit ourselves to Scotland?
It's much of Scotland is high ground.
Yes, what do you think is meant by high ground?
It's any ground that's yeah, it's much of Scotland is high ground. It covers it could be anything from much of Scotland. It could be any area sort of, I don't know, above any. There's no altitudinal limit given. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to give you some threshold. I mean, are you talking 100 metres AOD, 200, 300? What do you think they had in mind? If you don't know, just say so, but what do you think they had in mind?
I expect it would be dependent on where you were, but you know, high ground could mean 100 metres, couldn't it, or 200 metres? Yeah, just not the lowest ground.
We needn't go to the CD 443 annex template, but we've been there already. You were taken there by Mr. Ferguson, but you were taken there by him in the immediate context of the impact assessment carried out by Nature Scott. No need to go there, please, Dr. Massey, just answer the question.
Yes, I see.
Is one of the purposes of the Annex 5 template to do with impact assessment, or as well as baseline evaluation?
No, it's baseline evaluation.
In terms of evaluating ecological importance of ecological features, we've been there and done it to death, but I want to go to Saim just to get some clarity on something one more time. So would you get out document 440? And go to page 29. And I'll take you to paragraph 4.3, but before going there, I want to clarify one more point. In your, are you there?
I'm on page 29.
Yeah, don't look at it yet, I'll come to it. In your inquiry report, at paragraph 2.5, you were taken there by Mr. Ferguson. He was trying to understand, through your questions to you, what you meant by the apparent qualification on the ECIO approach, and in the context of Chapter 6, considering blanket bog to be regionally important. Do you remember that line of questions? And we have there the carbon and peatland map, CD 432. Now that's the map that defines, am I right, Class 1 and Class 2 peat across Scotland?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. But if we went probably easier to CD 443, which is the June, or whatever it is, 2026 guidance. It refers on page 8, so go there, to the carbon and peatland 2016 map.
Oh, yes.
Now we're talking about the same thing, aren't we? That's the carbon and peatland map, which is document 432.
Yes.
If you look at the what comes under the heading on page 8, is the guidance there on how that map should be used in an ECIA or EIAR, whatever context? be regarded as definitive. Sorry. Class 1 and 2, Class 5, etc. And is there then advice on, in terms of what you do to establish what actually is there at a project level?
Yes, developments on peatland will always require a peat depth and vegetation survey to confirm the quality and distribution of peatland habitats across the whole development area.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to the document I was taking to in the first place, which is SAIM, page 29, paragraph 4.3. Just quickly read through it, please.
Paragraph 4.3.
Yes.
The ECIA should
No, don't reuse that. Just quietly to yourself.
Oh.
We're all reading it. Compulsory reading. Have you read? Are you there?
Not yet.
Okay. So this paragraph obviously refers to sites, habitat, species, key focus. Might include the carbon peatland map. I don't know if it does or not. But do we see these provide an objective starting point for identifying important ecological features? What I wanted to establish from you, when you're referring to listings as opposed to ECIA, is this what you had in mind, that they are an objective starting point?
Yes, they're an objective starting point, but not the end
Right.
point.
Thank you. And then this chapter, because the whole chapter is headed important ecological features, having got that starting point, you then go on to the paragraphs we've already rehearsed, don't want to rehearse again, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7 geographic context, and that through that process you resolve the ecological importance of the habitats and species on the site that you are addressing. Is that the approach?
That's exactly the approach.
Finally, just one puzzle just to resolve in my mind. If you go to CD 443 again, which is the updated guidance, Nature Scott, on page something or other, 6. We've been there, but just for rehearsal, down at the bottom of page 6, priority peatland is peatland can have evidence of being undisturbed, contain species which are capable of forming peat. Now we know that's changed from the 2023 version. We know the definition that you put on active peat, but what puzzles me is the reference was made in evidence to MPF4. We've been, it's not a more than clarification, I'm not going deeply into policy. So if you go to policy 5, which is on internal page 42, tell me when you're there.
MPF4
Page 40.
42.
Yep. That policy advises on carbon-rich soils, peatlands, soils generally. And if you go to policy 5C, it talks about development proposals on peatland, carbon-rich soils and priority peatland habitat. And in 5D, the same phrase is used. Is there any mention of blanket bogs specifically in this policy, to your knowledge?
No.
Thank you for that. That's my last question.
Okay. Dr. Marcy, if you're free to remove yourself from that table, I would suggest that we continue. I think that seems to be the consensus around the room. And how long would you like, Mrs. Trinick, to upload documents and such like? Shall we have a 10-minute break?
10 minutes is fine.
10 minutes, so we'll return at 15:15 and we'll see how far we can get this evening. So we'll return at 15:15. Okay, that's quarter past. Mr. Trinick, can I ask you to introduce your second witness?
Thanks, sir. Yes, I call Dr. Mills. As you've heard, Dr. Mills was taking precognitions as read, and I've got some supplementary questions. I should say, sir, that I was probably lying when I said it'd be 15 minutes. It may be longer. And I think we may get to the point this afternoon where we finished evidence in chief. Don't put the witness into purdah, but come back for cross-examination.
Well, we'll see where we are at that point. And
Here they are, just warning.
thanks for that.
Yeah. The starting point is Montaigne Bog, Dr. Mills. Say at paragraph 17 of Ms. Rentall's report and paragraph 58, no need to go there. We know that Nature Scott defined Montaigne Bog to be blanket bog above 600 metres.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick. Good afternoon. Yes, so it's first defined on page 17, paragraph 58. Subsequently, it's considered in Annex 4 of Nature Scott's inquiry report. Prior to that, it is noted in Nature Scott's precognition in paragraph 15 that Montaigne Bog, as defined, is more sensitive and more difficult to restore, in their view, than peatlands at other elevations. And that echoes similar commentary in their 2023 guidance, now superseded by the 2026 guidance. I can give you document numbers if required.
436 and 443 are the two guidance numbers.
In Annex 4 of Nature Scott's inquiry report, in relation to, so Annex 4 is peatland and habitat descriptions and classifications. That section refers out to Nature Scott's guidance and does state there isn't specific reference to the definition of Montaigne Bog. There are multiple references to bog at altitude or bogs occurring on hill ground, hills and mountains. And noting what's been said already by Dr. Massey, that Scotland is fairly hilly. Much of its area is hilly. In my view, that simply describes the presence of blanket bog in undulating, hilly and upland areas.
Yes, if you go to page 32 of the inquiry report, we can perhaps help the reporter a little bit further, noting my discussion with Dr. Massey and Mr. Ferguson's discussion with Dr. Massey about document 912. You'll see at the top, above the heading priority peatland, there's also a reference to upland bogs. Do we see, well, we see what we see in the next sentence. Would you read it out, please?
Is this the sentence? Is this starting? Uplands in Scotland are defined.
Yep.
Uplands in Scotland are defined as above the limit of enclosed farmland. This is usually referred to as above 300 metres.
Yeah. So some help for what it's worth as to what may be meant by higher ground.
What page we're on?
Page 32 of the inquiry report.
32, okay.
Now, beyond that which you've described, and noting that you've drawn attention to the fact that Nature Scott has said that this bog they regard as more sensitive and more difficult to restore, is there anything else in the material in Nature Scott's inquiry report why blanket bog above 600 metres should be considered differently to upland blanket bog generally?
I don't believe so, no. I looked for evidence outside Nature Scott's inquiry report for why bog or blanket bog above 600 metres may be more sensitive or difficult to restore than bog below that threshold level, noting some of the commentary earlier. The best evidence I could find for this was from an Earth Science Reviews paper. Earth Science Reviews provides a collation of research in the preceding decades in relation to specific geoscience topics. In this case, there was a review on peat and erosion. Document number 731. That document was focused on peat and erosion. That was the specific focus of the Earth Science Review. It reviewed 683 publications to the end of 2017. Reviewing that document, which is intended to understand current research directions and future, there was no mention into altitude or elevation or the word montane in relation to peat and erosion. And so I would assume it hasn't been commented on much in the academic geomorphological literature, at least.
Okay. I mean, in your view, Is there anything I always get this wrong, geomorphologically specific about bog above 600 metres that would differentiate such bog from that below 600 metres?
No, not in my view, and I've worked across bogs in England, Wales, Scotland, a similar geographical spread to Dr Massey, so right across Scotland up to Shetland and out west. Peatland geomorphology, which specifically relates really to the patterns of erosion and weathering that you observe in a peatland environment with typical I will slow down. Apologies. So specific features like peat hagging, which describes erosion, gullying, peat pipes, which is natural subsurface erosion, peat pans, which is large bare areas of erosion, sometimes in the locations of former bog pools and lock-ins. All of those features are largely driven by slope angle rather than elevation, and you'll find all of those features below 600 metres, and you'll find many of those features above 600 metres as well. So I don't feel that there's anything specific about that altitude boundary.
Could you explain to the reporter what a mesotope is?
Yeah, so a mesotope is defined by Lindsay. It's in our glossary, so if I could take you to 7 series 6.
It's document 76, page 5.
Yeah, so there's a picture there. So they're hydrological units within a broader mire or peatland reflecting the topographic position of peat within the landscape. So there are a topographic and hydrological description of peat as you see it when you're walking out in the hills, etc.
Is there a mesotope corresponding to montane bog or high altitude bog, given that we know that elevation is a component of topographic position on the landscape?
No, there isn't.
Paragraph 63 of Ms. Renshaw's inquiry report. Actually on page 18 of the passage, this is based on the fact that people have been lost as a result of development of peatland at altitude, montane bog, contains features which are indicators of near natural condition. What, in your view, as a peatland geomorphologist with, I think, maybe 30 years' experience of working in peatlands, what's your view of the condition of the peatland at Dell 2 in the areas of proposed infrastructure?
As a geomorphologist, and noting my assessment is a geomorphological condition assessment, not an ecological assessment, and referring back to Nature Scott's Peatland Condition Assessment Guidance, which is Doc 723 for reference and possibly worth looking at. If you'd like to have that in front of you. 723. Yeah, if you were to go to page 6. PDF page 6.
Yes, the one headed actively eroding.
No, page 6, the one headed drained first.
Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
headed drained. Okay, fair enough.
In the bottom left of that document, you'll see a photograph of a gully, which is partially revegetated, but maybe has some bare sides. It says, although revegetating, this gully system is still acting as a drain. And the peatland condition assessment category for this is drained. And that forms part of my assessment of the site, in particular areas in which the infrastructure is located. And if we move to page 7 of the PDF, which is the one entitled Actively Eroding, you'll see bare peat on gully sides, and you'll see bare peat pans in the bottom left. And on that basis, I mapped large parts of other parts of the site as actively eroding in terms of their geomorphological condition. I summarised that again in the OHRMP, so I use this guidance specifically to understand the state of degradation of the site in order to support identifying restoration proposals. That is. Thank you very much. That's quite all right. So you'll see that the peatland condition assessment map is actually as part of that document. and I repeated the condition assessment as I described it in paragraph 5.9 of my inquiry report. In terms of the infrastructure, the majority of infrastructure, particularly wind turbines, are located in areas of actively eroding or drained, i.e. gullied parts of the site.
Okay, so much for the baseline. Now let's talk about restoration, which is your topic rather than Dr. Massey's. Paragraph 64 of the Nature Scott Inquiry report does give praise to the offsetting plan, whether we call it offsetting compensation enhancement. I'm not going to get into that debate now. I'm talking about the OHRMP, whatever it is well considered, does provide a lot of detail, often missing in other renewable development proposals. It's the quality of the habitat that is to be lost that is the reason for saying it's not sufficient to offset the impacts, and not because the plant is in some way deficient. Align what is said there to the evidence from Nature Scott that blanket bog above 600 metres is more difficult to restore. Where can the reporter find the information on the restoration proposals for Dell 2? I assume in document 121?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And in your inquiry report?
In paragraphs 7.1 to 7.8.
Needn't go there, that's where to find it. And tell us about the strategies which you propose putting in place to address the restoration of peat.
So I'll précis, as the information is before the inquiry. There are 6 strategies in total in the Habitat Restoration Management Plan, outline Habitat Restoration Management Plan, the first 4 of which were specific to peat, and the last 2, which I will briefly cover, related to other issues. Strategy 1 was focused on the reuse of excavated peat from infrastructure locations to whole turf repair, bare areas, so peat pans, like the photographs we looked at just a moment ago, near to infrastructure locations. And the total hectareage of restoration associated with that technique was 6 hectares. That is regarded as a non-standard technique, and I do acknowledge that in my inquiry report. Strategy 2 was HAG reprofiling and cell bunding, 203 hectares of reprofiling and 2 hectares of cell bunding. HAG reprofiling is a very commonly undertaken peatland restoration measure, funded by Peatland Action and indeed by other UK restoration bodies. Cell bunding is slightly more difficult, but is only 2 hectares of that 205 total. It is customary and acceptable in habitat management plans to apply a benefiting buffer area around the restored area, which reflects the beneficial effects on the surrounding peat from work undertaken on the peat itself. And we applied a 10-metre buffer, which is actually quite a small buffer when calculating an enhancement, or sorry, not enhancement, restoration footprint, sorry, be careful there. 30 metres has been used in other contexts, on other schemes, so 10-metre hectares is certainly not overstating the benefit. And as I say, 203 hectares of that 205 is a very standard technique. The third technique is gully blocking to slow water flow. So that's slowing the flow, not impounding it completely, within gully floors to encourage water to be retained in the base of the gully, which protects it, and which also enables wetter vegetation to grow in the floors of those gullies and around their margins. And we didn't actually report hectareage for gully blocking, although we had quite a significant length of, substantial length of gullies proposed for blocking. And then the final measure, that's measure.
We go there.
Yep.
You've got the 6 hectares bare peat restoration, but that's by translocation.
That's by translocation, yeah.
I think I'm right in saying, does that count as enhancement? Translocation.
I would regard the difference between restoration and enhancement is related to the compensation multiplier in hectares on your impact by guidance, and then enhancement is additional over that. So no, not necessarily. I would also point out that Nature Scott don't acknowledge the 6 hectares of restoration works associated with that technique in their overall confirmation of our proposals. So they confirm that we have 231 hectares of restoration, not 237.
That's why I made the point, because when the reporter reads the figures and the evidence, he will read 231 hectares. He might be confused as to why it's not 237, but that is the reason.
That's the reason, yeah.
Fine. And going on to the strategy 4, I think you're going to tell us that may have changed a bit because of the deal management plan.
Yeah, so I will do, thank you. So essentially one of the potential risks to restoration succeeding is the eating of young growth of new vegetation in restored areas by deer, but also trampling effects from their hooves, particularly if they're moving in large herds. So it's not uncommon to specify fencing to preclude stock from restored areas for a period of time, which is normally a few years. The other way of controlling deer density is through a deer management plan, which was recently prepared by the applicant and submitted and is before the inquiry. And the purpose of that deer management plan is to ensure that deer levels are low enough, so that's 2 deer per square kilometre, to hopefully not threaten new growth of vegetation in restored areas. So that's the 4 peatland measures. In terms of the additional measures, there's also strategy 5, which...
No, I think we can
You're
leave
happy with
that,
those?
because they are in the OHRMP on page 5 and can be read, but they're not to do with blanket bog, so we'll move on. Paragraph 63 of the Ms. Rentoul's inquiry report talks about restoration, the difficulties of restoration at altitude. 6th last line of that paragraph can take considerably longer, greater uncertainty than peatland at lower altitudes. And there's more there, but that's the basic point. To your knowledge, is there any peatland restoration work being undertaken near to the proposed development site?
Yes, there is a peatland restoration project occurring immediately adjacent to the site, on the eastern, abutting the eastern site boundary of Dell 2, and visible in my Annex 2 to my inquiry report, which is documents. Let's get that one out. Document 7.5.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Document 7.5. Yeah.
Good. If we went to Annex 7.5, page 2 of that annex,
Yeah.
sir.
So there's a map on page 2 which shows the position of the Dell
No,
Ridge.
hang on, are you there? You are, right? Yeah, okay.
Apologies. There is a map there showing the location of that peatland restoration site in green in the centre of the map, and the red line boundary of Dell 2 in red. And you'll note that the top of that site reaches 766 metres, and the lower part of that site, for context, is about 660 metres. That was funded in 2024-25.
Slow down. So the elevation at which that restoration work has been undertaken is between about 660 and 760 metres, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And that's funded by Peatland Action, you told us that. Have you and Dr. Massey seen the restoration work at first hand?
Yes, we have. In fact, I was there on Saturday with Dr. Massey, and Dr. Massey has previously visited the site in April and produced this annex, which is Dr. Massey's interpretation of the site. But I've been to site with Dr. Massey as well.
Carry on, sorry. We finish.
I'd finished there, but yeah.
From your site visit, how would you say that restoration is progressing at Ridge Dell?
I think it's progressing well, which is good. There's been a lot of gully reprofiling, which is very clear to see on the ground. Gully sidewalls are now largely vegetated by the movement of turfs of turfed peat blocks onto the gully sides. There's a lot of damming, predominantly peat damming, which is holding water in the gully floors and leading to a lot of ponding and some sphagnum recolonisation in those pools. There's been quite a lot of mulching, which isn't something we propose in our OHRMP, but looks to have been undertaken on the slightly higher ground out of the gullies, so the raised areas, to help protect them and provide cover and support the recovery of vegetation beneath them. But generally speaking, it was in good condition. It was wet. The mulched areas seem to be doing okay. Given this is 12 to 18 months after the work was likely completed, that's quite promising for a site that's apparently difficult to restore in terms of elevation.
How do you see the implications for restoration of Dell 2 on the basis of what you experienced at Ridge Dell?
I would say if similar techniques are applied in the similar setting that is Dell 2 by a similarly competent contractor or even the same contractor, that similar outcomes would be experienced in a similar timescale.
What risks to success do you see?
Choice of contractor, you can't get anybody to do this work. It requires skilled people, many of whom have been trained by Peatland Action. You can't use the balance of plant contractor working on the wind farm to do that work. You need to use a restoration contractor. You need to manage deer pressures ideally, and while it's encouraging that Ridgedale was progressing well and appeared to be wetting up nicely, there was evidence of deer pressure on the site with tracks from deer over some of the dams and in some other places, and particularly in some of the mulched areas, and that can lead to slower recovery of those areas. And also there are risks if there's no mitigation in place to fix some of these problems. If the target objectives of the restoration plan start to deviate from what is proposed. So you need funding in place for a long period, essentially to fix problems with dams, maybe remulch, maybe apply some different techniques if some things aren't working.
I think you cover contractor risk at paragraphs 522 and 523 of the OHRMP. We know that the deer management plan is before the inquiry is document 77. We know that the landowner has consented to this as document 78. And the monitoring programme for the OHRMP is in 121 at page 18, PDF page 18. Now, in paragraph 15 of Ms. Rendell's inquiry report, she draws attention to, and you can go there, to Peatland Action. Well, I'll read it. The Peatland Action 5-year partnership, 2025 to 2030, aims to help the partnership focus on the right priorities at the right time to progress towards the 2040 restoration target. How long ahead can we say that Peatland Action will be funded?
Not working in the government, I'm probably not privy to that information, but equally at the moment there's certainly guaranteed funding, I believe, till 2030, as I believe the funding is allocated in 5-year blocks. There is a restoration target to 2040, which I am sure will continue to be part of Scottish Government proposals until that time. Beyond 2040, there isn't, I'm not currently aware of a commitment. There may be.
Probably the best evidence of the inquiry, to be fair to Nature Scott, is that it's likely to be funded till 2040, but we don't know after that.
I don't know after that, certainly.
No, that's fine. In terms of the OHRMP, what's the period of that, and what is the proposed monitoring frequency under that plan?
So the HMP essentially ring fences funds for habitat restoration measures for the operational life of the wind farm, which can be secured by consent. The monitoring frequency depends on the level of risk and the complexity of the restoration being offered. So the most resolute monitoring is for the hardest, in inverted commas, restoration measures, which is the 6 hectares of cell infill, and that was recommended for monitoring at 1, 3, 5, and then subsequent 5-year periods, up to 25 years at that time. Other measures have slightly different proposed monitoring periods, but all of those monitoring periods would typically be agreed with key stakeholders in the event of consent, subsequent to consent, to ensure that everybody was happy that sufficient monitoring was in place. So that can be secured, but it's relatively well defined at the moment.
Okay. In Ms Rentoul's recognition, 9.38, paragraph 23. She states that with regard to the do-nothing scenario, restoration could take place at this site without the wind farm. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, it's absolutely the case that restoration could take place at this location without the wind farm, but it depends on the availability of funding at the time that that application is made. It depends on where that site fits on a hierarchy of other sites, which I assume would compete for similar funding. Don't have any sight of that, and there's no guarantee that it would be one of the preferential sites, particularly if it's complex to restore. There may be easier, lower-hanging fruit that would attract the money. And it also depends on the enthusiasm, I can't say that word, on how much the landowner would like to undertake the work. Even if it were to take place, it would not necessarily be secured by monitoring over a 25 to 30-year period, although I do acknowledge, I think in my inquiry report, that Nature's Scot and Peatland Action are putting in place as a regimented monitoring programme for peatland action sites as of around now. Yeah, so I don't think I have anything further to say there.
What's your scenario for the site in terms of the peatland restoration if the Dell 2 proposals did not proceed?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the landowner, and I won't, but if there is an positive intervention in terms of management of both grazing pressure and proactive restoration of degraded features, in my view, degradation would continue as it has done in the presumably decades up until this point, if not hundreds of years. This all said, the landowner has confirmed that they'll commit to the measures in the deer management plan in document 7.8, under the assumption the wind farm is constructed. In terms of what that means for the peatland at the site, we would have continued loss of carbon from all of the exposed bare peat surfaces, of which there are plenty. The gullies that are distributed across the site, again, of which there are plenty, would continue to cut down and cut laterally, losing particulate peat into watercourses. And the effect of both of those things would also lead to drying and contraction of the hagged areas, which would likely lead to a continued shift towards perhaps drier species at the expense of what sphagnum there is, i.e. continued deterioration away from current condition.
Penultimate point. Paragraph 63 of the inquiry report, Ms Rentoul says that restoration at this altitude can take considerably longer with greater uncertainty. It's the point it's been to before, but you provide some commentary in paragraphs 8.4 to 8.11. You might want to go there and give us some highlights about how Nature Scot has funded restoration at these sorts of altitudes, i.e. above 600 metres.
Yep, so I will, if you just give me a moment to get to that part of my document.
So it's document 7.3, paragraph 8.4, page 18. Do you want to just give us some extracts, please? Don't read out the whole lot.
Yeah, I will. So Annex 1, this is Annex 1 to my inquiry report, essentially reviews. That is 703. So that's the correct document, hopefully. So that document provides a review of open data from Peatland Action documenting their restoration activities across Scotland. And I won't go into detail of the annex because it's available to read. But it summarises a review of restoration locations based on either the footprint of a restoration site, like the green boundary on the Ridge Dell map in my other annex, or the centre point of restoration projects, all of which are visible on an online portal, but are also visible as downloadable information with attributes such as the elevation they took place, the restoration that was undertaken, the year it was undertaken, and the number of hectares that was completed. So, while it is certainly by no means all of the restoration that Peatland Action undertake, which is a substantial amount, the total reported hectareage of projects, once we'd removed all of the duplicates across the footprint and the centre points, is around 6,700 hectares at the time we downloaded the data. And I note it was actually updated about a month after we downloaded it. And it's about 12% of the 56,700 hectares that was reported in that data set that we downloaded. So
that 12% is the area above 600 metres,
yeah, at or above 600 metres.
which I think you tell us in 136 of the annex is 6,755 hectares.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay.
And in those paragraphs 8.4 to 8.11, I do talk about, of my inquiry report, I do talk about the types of restoration being undertaken, HAG reprofiling, which forms the vast majority of what we're proposing at Dell 2, appears very frequently when the techniques are reported, noting that quite a lot of the sites don't actually have the techniques reported in the data set. So given that there are upwards of 6,000 hectares of restoration being undertaken at or above 600 metres, and a large proportion of that is using HAG reprofiling, and we're proposing HAG reprofiling at those elevations, I feel confident that the restoration would be effective at Dell 2.
Thank you. One final point to spoil Mr Ferguson's fun to some extent. If you go to document 770, and the topic here is consultation on the NatureScot 2026 guidance, which is for document 443. Are you there?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us the story of these documents? What's happening here?
So this is 770, so we have to go to the bottom of page 1 and the beginning of page 2 of that email. So the bottom of page 1 shows that this is an email from Scottish Renewables to essentially the 3 key industry stakeholder representatives on the Peatland Expert Advisory Group in October 2025, requesting at short notice feedback on whether updates to updates due to be considered at a forthcoming meeting were appropriate, and requesting feedback by Monday. I note the email was sent at 1:10 by Scottish Renewables, so that's on Friday afternoon, and that it had been shared.
That was the Friday before the Monday when comments were due.
That was the Friday before the Monday when comments were due, and the document was sent to Scottish Renewables by, I think, the Energy Consents Unit, about 10 minutes before that, also on Friday afternoon, on the 24th of October, 2025. So that's what that email shows. In terms of, would you like me to expand?
Yeah.
So in terms of expanding, the purpose of that email was to encourage commentary on the changes to the 2023 guidance that were due to appear the following year in 2026, and we've all been looking at both versions of that guidance. Obviously, that guidance, as indicated by this inquiry, is intended to highlight the circumstances in which NatureScot might choose to object to a development. So it's an important piece of guidance, and it requires due time to consider. It was sent early on a Friday afternoon, and in my case, right at the beginning of the English half-term holiday, where I left home at 3 in the afternoon to go to the Lake District. So I had a very brief opportunity to cursorily scan that document. I nevertheless provided feedback, noting I was on leave as of now. Here are a couple of comments. I deferred to my colleagues. I then followed up, nevertheless, another hour later with some more commentary, in particular calling back to some of the PAG discussions on the compensation multiplier, which was the focus of a lot of discussion on that guidance. And then I was away on the Tuesday.
So that was the end of the story as far as you're concerned.
Yeah.
Are you aware there was any other consultation on the 2026 guidance other than this weekend? Have you got any comments? Question?
I'm not aware, no.
No.
The
Well, no
PAG,
doubt would be told if there was. Thank you very much. I'd invite you to stay there because there may be some questions, but I think, well, I'll take votes, but it's 10 to 5.
Well, perhaps I'll take the votes, Mr. Trinick. But Mr. Ferguson, given that we'll be moving on to cross-examination, what's your feelings with regard to timings?
I have one brief question which relates to the document we have looked at. That's the only cross-examination.
I actually don't have any pre-prepared questions. My questions were going to be reactionary more than anything else. So I may have a question or two, but based on that, Mr. Trinick, I'd be quite happy to continue to. So, Dr. Mills, do you want a break at all just now?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
You're happy to
Yeah.
move on to that question?
Yeah.
Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could refer, please, to document 770, which you were just discussing, and scroll to the very bottom of that. And this is the email from the Energy Consents Unit to a number of individuals, and as you pointed out, this is 24th of October, 1:10
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
And I think your evidence was that this was the first time the updated guidance had been referred to, and that you were given, in effect, a weekend to comment on it. However, if you look at the email from the Energy Consents Unit, it refers to a draft of the proposed guidance. These are changes which were agreed by the technical subgroup. Are you a member of the technical subgroup?
I am a member of I was a member of the technical subgroup, yeah.
So this email wasn't sharing the guidance for the first time. It was sharing an updated draft of the guidance with changes agreed with a technical subgroup of which you are part.
It may be. I am not the only person on the technical subgroup, and I provided feedback in relation to compensation multipliers as a Word document as the second part, well, it's not before the inquiry, unfortunately, but there was, in the two emails I sent to Scottish Renewables between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, one of them included my comments. So whether everybody in the group had the same opinion on that guidance and what was carried into that, I didn't really get an opportunity to look at it. Had 2 hours to make it, well, I didn't spend 2 hours doing it either. So I had a brief look. Now that the subgroup is quite a small subgroup, and that subgroup probably had, I think, at best, 3 industry representatives on it, which is a very small subset of the interested parties, and doesn't correspond to a consultation on a piece of guidance that affects whether or not objections may be made on developments in specific contexts. So it's an email soliciting information from a subgroup, but it's not a consultation, in my opinion.
So I'm confused. The email of the 24th of October refers to changes made as were agreed by the technical subgroup. Does that not indicate prior consultation and indeed agreement of the subgroup to those changes?
Well, it's hard for me to say. I don't think there was a sign-off process for the documents. They were circulated to be discussed by the wider group on the following Tuesday at a meeting I wasn't attending. So I know, having looked back through my own correspondence on this, that essentially very little involvement after October 2024. So there was a very big gap in PAG meeting, subgroup or otherwise, between over about a year.
Is it fair to say, though, that this email reveals prior discussions of the guidance?
Well, there've been prior discussions of the guidance, obviously, yes.
Well, you say obviously, but you were pointing out that there was over a weekend to comment on it. But I understood your evidence as being that this was the first time the guidance had been shared, when in fact it appears from the correspondence that the guidance had been discussed previously, and a markup of that draft, including proposed changes recommended by the technical subgroup. So clearly there was consultation on the draft guidance. The technical subgroup fed into the draft guidance, marked up their proposed changes, and that's what was reflected in the email from the Energy Consents Unit. And that was sent on to Scottish Renewables, and Scottish Renewables in turn sent it on to a number of individuals, including you.
Yeah, it's curious why it would have been sent to me if I'd been part of the subgroup working on it, but it's yeah, it does demonstrate that that some advice was sought from that subgroup. In honesty, it's getting on 2 years ago, so I'm struggling to remember the specific context of that. I certainly provided feedback on that Friday that didn't agree with what was in that circulated version. I provided specifically a Word document that considered a range of multipliers for differing conditions for that guidance, because I wasn't comfortable on the 24th of October 2025 that guidance reflected my views on it. Now, if there's an email that's been sent that suggests that we all agreed to that, I didn't send that email, so it's not an email from me confirming that I accept the guidance in that form. And it doesn't change my view that if there's a piece of guidance that is being used almost to determine requirements for sites in terms of a threshold like Montane Bog or a multiplier, that it should be consulted on more widely than a very small subgroup, as there are a lot of stakeholders that it affects.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. One follow-up question for me, and it was similar to what I asked the previous witnesses. On that guidance, on the 2026 guidance, we didn't go there. I explained what I understood to be the stated purpose of the guidance, offering internal advice, if you like, in formulating a view. Are you aware if it's used for any wider purpose, perhaps guidance with a capital G, but is it guidance that should be informing planning decisions, or is your understanding that guidance is for the purposes of informing Nature Scott's view on proposals?
I think, without referring to it, I think the guidance commented that it was there to support consistent advice from Nature Scott in relation to developments, and so obviously it is referred to by developers and applicants, particularly at the outset of selecting potential sites, to see where advice might be contrary to a development being progressible in a specific set of circumstances. So clearly there are NVC communities in there that are assigned a higher importance, and there are other aspects of that guidance that indicate that Nature Scott may have a view in a particular direction. So developers take note of that in that context. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
I'll let you answer that. That's absolutely fine. Based on your experience, I was just wanting you to explain how that guidance has been used in your experience, and I asked a similar question of Dr. Massey. So thank you for that. That's really the only follow-up question from me, Mr. Trinick. No more questions. Well, given that's the case, that may well be the quickest giving of evidence I've experienced. So congratulations, Dr. Mills, on that. We'll return here in the morning at 9:30, and we'll seek to get through the Nature Scott evidence through the day, and we will succeed in that. And at the closing of proceedings tomorrow, just a reminder that we'll discuss arrangements for the site visit. So we'll see you all in the morning at 9:30. Thank you.